Recording in progress.
Percayalah pada hatimu, jangan menyerah. Kita bisa kobarkan semangat Politeknik Harapan Bersama. Ladies and gentlemen, the opening ceremony is going to start. Please be seated. I have a note before we start this event. I would like to seek your cooperation to completing the event. Kindly switch your audio into silent mode to avoid interruption. Thank you for your cooperation. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. May peace be upon us. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Honorable keynote speakers, Dr. Sandiaga Salahuddin Uno, BBA, MBA, as Minister of Tourism and Creative Economy of Republik Indonesia. And Mr. Sudirman Said, MBA, as Secretary General of the Indonesian Red Cross. Honorable invited speakers, Professor Dr. Insinyur Kadarsyah Suryadi, DEA, Professor Dr. Muhammad Najib bin Muhammad Alwi, Mr. Subhan Zain, PhD, and Associate Professor Feriji, PhD. Honorable Head of Pendidikan Harapan Bersama Foundation, Mr. Nizar Suhendra, SE, MPP, and the Board of Pendidikan Harapan Bersama Foundation who attend this event. Honorable Board of International Advisory, Associate Professor Sukri Langputeh from Fatani University, and Associate Professor Dr. Razana Juwaida Johari from University Teknologi Mara, Malaysia. Respectable Director of Politeknik Harapan Bersama, Mr. Agung Hendarto, SEMA, Vice Directors and Head of Departments of Politeknik Harapan Bersama, as well as speakers and participants of this conference. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Hana Yulinda Fitriani. I am the Master of Ceremony today. We are delighted to welcome you to the first Tegal International Conference on Multidisciplinary Studies 2022. The first Tegal International Conference on Multidisciplinary Studies 2022 is aimed at challenging both local and international researchers to study, create, and develop strategy toward sustainable community development through innovation. So that the main theme of this conference is engaging the essential work of cross-disciplinary research and sustainable innovation. This conference is organized by Center of Research and Community Service Politeknik Harapan Bersama in collaboration with Politeknik Negeri Media Kreatif, Universitas Muhammadiyah Tangerang, STIE Nganjuk, and also Universitas Muhadi Setiabudi Eskohas. Also, we would like to express sincere gratitude to the sponsors of this conference, such as SmartFriend, Live Computer, BizNet, Mitra Anda Solusindo, CV Suryajaya, and Percetakan 74. as well as everyone who attend the conference and those who join in Zoom meeting. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce you to today's agenda. We will have opening ceremony of this remarkable conference in the morning, continuing with plenary session that will be delivered by our great keynote and invited speakers, followed by question and answer session, which will be managed by moderators. And then in the afternoon, there will be parallel sessions in Zoom room. Ladies and gentlemen, let us now begin the conference. For a brief moment, we would like to invite you to rise and sing Indonesian national anthem, Indonesia Raya. May all we rise. You may be seated now. To begin this conference, let us pray so that the conference runs well without any disruption. Prayer will be led by Mr. Arfan Hakiki Sulasmoro MCom. To Mr. Arfan, time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, let us bow our head for a moment. Pray to God Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala so that our international conference can be precious to all of us. I will lead this prayer based on the teaching of Islam. And those who are not Muslim, you are placed to pray according to each of your beliefs. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alamin. Hamdan syakirin, hamdan na'imin, hamdan yuafi ni'amahu wa yukafi'u mazidah. Ya Rabbana lakal hamd kama yanbaghi lil jalali wajhal karimi wa azimi sultani. Allahumma inna nas'aluka salamatan fid din wa afiyatan fil jasadi wa ziyadatan fil ilmi wa barakatan fil rizqi wa taubatan qabla al maut wa rahmatan indal maut wa maghfiratan ba'dal maut. Allahumma hawin alaina fi syakaratil maut. اللهم اغفر لنا ولوالدينا وللمسلمين والمسلمات والمؤمنين والمؤمنات الأحياء منهم والأموات إنك سميع قريب مجيب الدعوات يا قاضي الحاجات. Oh Allah, today, Wednesday, January 26, 2022, we gather here to bring about an international conference on multidisciplinary studies. The theme is engaging the essential work of cross-disciplinary research and sustainable innovation. Make this international conference a useful science assembly as a medium of sharing useful ideas, knowledge, and experience of scholar, researcher, and student of various disciplines. May the conference we organize today benefit our life, broaden our knowledge, shine our ideas, and lead us to be a successful, productive person, which in turn will boost the dignity of our nation. Oh Allah, guide and bless our heart, our mind with the light of your guidance. Impart your supreme wisdom upon our activities. Help us to speak our mind clearly. Help us to listen to each other, respect each other, love each other, so that we are included in the blessed person. Oh Allah, protect us from unintended temptation, show us the right path, and give us knowledge, the strength to perform a good thing equally. Show us and make it clear the bad thing, and give us knowledge and strength to avoid it. Oh Allah, you are the one who can fulfill our dua. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina adzabannar. Subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun. Wassalamun ala mursalin. Walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Now, let us listen to welcoming speeches. As the host of the conference, the head of committee will delivering a welcoming speech. Please warm welcome Mrs. Iin Indrayanti, MPD.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the organizing committee of this event, it's my great pleasure to welcome you all to Tegal International Conference 2022. Our first conference will bring a new theme. It is engaging the essential work on cross-disciplinary research and sustainable innovation. Hopefully, it will cover all related knowledge and bring the new insight for a better quality of both academic and non-academic environment. This event is hosted by Politeknik Harapan Bersama and co-hosted by our partners from various universities in Indonesia. Politeknik Negeri Media Kreatif, STI Nganjuk, Universitas Muhammadiyah, and Universitas Muhadi Setiabudi. The objectives of this conference are to share the experiences, new ideas, and research results that give positive contribution for the better of our life in the future. Based on our theme, we divided this conference into two plenary sessions and one parallel video presentation session. Ladies and gentlemen, the conference will bring together leading researchers, policymakers, professionals, also scientists in the related field from around Indonesia and other countries. Therefore, we believe that it became a new step to realizing a good collaboration from all aspects. On this occasion, we profusely thank you to Mr. Dr. Haji Sandiaga Salahuddin Uno, BBA MBA, the Minister of Tourism and Creative Economy of the Republic of Indonesia, Mr. Sudirman Said MBA, the Secretary General of the Indonesian Red Cross as well as the Chair of the Board of Trustees of Harapan Bersama Foundation, rectors and directors from states and private universities from Tegal, Pemalang, Kendal, and Semarang, Board of International Advisory, Associate Professor Sukre Langkute from Patani University, Thailand, Associate Professor Dr. Razana Zuhairi from University Teknologi Mara, Malaysia, and our deepest appreciation for the unstoppable support from Mr. Nizar Suhendra SA MPP as the Chair of Harapan Bersama Foundation and also other board of foundation who attend this morning event. And also Mr. Agung Hendarto SAMA as our Director of Politeknik Harapan Bersama and Vice Directors in our campus. Mr. Kusnadi MPD as the Head of Center of Research and Community Services of Politeknik Harapan Bersama. And last but not least, I would also like to convey my deepest appreciation to all speakers and moderators for their time and support in contributing in this conference, as well as my colleagues on the committee. We know that it is very hard to imagine years without an in-person gathering, while it is also disappointed that we will not be able to physically engage, interact, and network personally on site. We are excited about planning and creating a quality virtual learning and experience that will be open to even wider audience. Along with all of you here, we have hoped and waited to see if the COVID-19 global pandemic situation would improve and we might see some signs of a return to our previous way of life. As the pandemic continues, it has become clear that it is more important and necessary to protect the well-being of our community. In this event, the number of registered participants is more than 1,500, and we have also received 150 titles of presenters in oral. The presenters presenting findings on this conference will provide many opportunities for discussion. We have researchers, lecturers, professionals, postgraduate students from international and Indonesian speakers that participate in this conference from University of Malaysia, Japan, Australia, Thailand, and also Indonesia. We would like to inform that we had collaboration with international reputable publishers, Atlantis Press and IOP Conference Series, Index in Web of Science, and Scopus. In this very special occasion, I would like also to extend my deepest appreciation to all presenters and authors for submitting their papers to our first precious international proceedings. However, the decision of the paper acceptance and publication would be fully in the hands of both the publishers. We also appreciate to all committee for their hard working to make this conference being scientifically rewarding experience to all of us. We wish that this conference could give significant contribution, can improve the quality research, and promote the quality of education in Indonesia. We hope that the Tegal International Conference on Multidisciplinary Studies 2022 conference will be held continuously. Thank you for all partners, contributors, and sponsors for their support that have made this event. Thank you for your attention and enjoy the conference.
Thank you, Mrs. Iin, for the speech. We are now going to listen to the welcoming speech delivered by the Director of Politeknik Harapan Bersama, who will also officially open this conference. Ladies and gentlemen, please warm welcome Mr. Agung Hendarto, SEMA.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning. The Honorable Minister of Tourism and Creative Economy of the Republik Indonesia, Bapak Dr. Sandiaga Salahuddin Uno, Chair of the Board of Trustee of Harapan Bersama Foundation, and one of the keynote speaker, Bapak Sudirman Said, MBA, Chair of Harapan Bersama Foundation, Bapak Dijar Suhendra, all Deputy Director of Politeknik Harapan Bersama, the distinguished speaker from Institut Teknologi Bandung, Indonesia, Australian National University, Management and Science University, Malaysia, and School of Business and Law, Edith One University, Australia, and all participants. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me in this opportunity to welcome all of the conference participants by first praying our grateful and praise to all the Almighty God for all His blessing, grace, mercies that have made this possible together here in this virtual room in excellent condition and health. Dear distinguished speakers, guests, and participants, first Tegal International Conference on multidisciplinary research and sustainable innovation under the term engaging the essential work on cross-disciplinary research and sustainable innovation. Politeknik Harapan Bersama is very pleased to host this conference virtually in our city, Tegal. Welcome to PHB Campus. Welcome to Central Java, Indonesia. Today, the world is facing many challenges. Almost during 2 years, the world faced an unpredictable global health and socio-economic crisis triggered by the COVID-19. However, we must continue the research and education. Educational institutions such as Politeknik Harapan Bersama should contribute to transfer of knowledge and provide information on the development and science and social field to everyone in order to provide benefit and changes for the better society. In this occasion, we are very thankful to all our partners, co-hosts, and sponsors who have put the trust in Politeknik Harapan Bersama in organizing this prestigious event. In this conference, we are looking toward improve and enrich knowledge, to broaden our mind and vision into deep and meaningful information in various fields. In spite of our conference, we also deliver recent researcher achievement by oral presentation alongside the conference. And we're glad that these activities are well maintained in all our study program to improve lecturer ability and international communication. We are hoping that you will have a very pleasant time to participate in this event, and thank you again for your presence today. I am also very encouraged to see so many participants from different institutions and countries attending this conference today. And I'm sure they will take this opportunity to share their valuable experience of the research. I would like to conclude by thanking to the Scientific and Organizing Committee for organizing this prestigious agenda plus Tegal International Conference. And I wish all of you a very fruitful conference and hope that you take home many fond memories of our city. We hope that you will visit us here in the near future. To all of our distinguished guests and participants, thank you for being here. Welcome and enjoy the conference. May I wish the conference is resounding success. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Agung, for the speech. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the core of the conference, that is plenary sessions. In the first plenary session, we will have Mr. Sudirman Said MBA as keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Insinyur Kadar Shah Suryadi DEA, and Muhammad Najib Muhammad Alwi as invited speakers. Our great speakers will deliver various materials related to multidisciplinary studies, followed by question and answer session, which will be managed by moderator. Before beginning the plenary session, allow me to introduce our first moderator. His name is Mr. Rivaldo Mersis Brillianto, SPD, MH. He was graduated from Universitas Kristen Satya Wacana for his bachelor's degree, and he took his postgraduate degree in Busan National University, Korea. His study is focusing in engineering field, and he is now teaching in Computer Engineering Department of Politeknik Harapan Bersama. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Rivaldo Mersis Brillianto, SPD, MH.
Let me open my mask. Thank you, Miss Hannah, for the brief introduction. Good morning, speakers and participants. Welcome to the plenary session 1 of the first Tegal International Conference on Multidisciplinary Studies 2022. First of all, my name is Rivaldo, and I'm the moderator in this session. Dear all participants, it is an honor to me to be the moderator and to have Mr. Sudirman Said as the keynote speaker and two invited speakers, Professor Dr. Insinyur Kadarsa Suryadi DEA and Professor Dr. Muhammad Najib bin Muhammad Alwi, MD, MRC Psych, PhD, here with us this morning. Each of the speakers will deliver different up-to-date topics in the area of sciences. The keynote speaker, Mr. Sudirman Said, will be delivering an interesting topic. But before we begin, allow me to briefly introduce our keynote speaker, Mr. Sudirman Said. I will read the curriculum vitae of him. Sudirman Said completed his studies at the Indonesian State College of Accountancy, where he obtained a Bachelor of Science in Accounting. In 1994, he also attended George Washington University and obtained a Master in Business Administration. He was then elected as chairman of the Finance stand from 2013 to 2016. He is the former Minister of Energy and Mineral Resources of the Republic of Indonesia, on the working cabinet 2014 to 2016. Now, he serves as the chair of the Board of Trustees of Harapan Bersama Foundation from 2020 until the present. His research activities have been carried out particularly in economic issues. All right, before we start, let me briefly explain the rules of the session. The first presentation will be delivered by Mr. Sudirman Said, and then will be continued by topics from Professor Dr. Insinyur Kadarsa, and then followed by Professor Dr. Muhammad Najib. The assigned presentation is 30 minutes for every speaker. This means all speakers will complete the talks, and then the session will be followed by approximately 10 to 15 minutes for Q&A session. Dear all conference delegates, please address the question through Q&A icon, and please write the question using format question for Mr. or Professor, and then followed by your name and your institution. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Honorable Keynote Speaker, Mr. Sudirman Said. The time is yours.
Thank you, Faldo. Can you hear my voice, Faldo? Can you hear my voice, moderator?
Yeah.
Okay. So thank you, Faldo. It's very generous introduction. So let me begin. Excellency, Dr. Sandiaga Uno, the Minister of Tourism and Creative Economy, the Republic of Indonesia, my good friend, honorable and distinguished speakers, Professor Dr. Kadarsa Suryadi of the Institute of Technology Bandung, Dr. Subhan Zain from the Australian National University, also distinguished speaker, Professor Dr. Muhammad Najib Muhammad Alwi from the Management and Science University of Malaysia, and also Professor Ferry Lee from the Royal Melbourne Technology, Australia. The Chairman of Yayasan Politeknik Harapan Bersama, Bapak Nizar Suhendra, Director of Politeknik Harapan Bersama, Bapak Agung Hendarto, all speakers, presenter, and participant. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A very good morning. It is a truly honor to be here, to be part of the, I might say, historical academic event, the first international academic conference organized by Politeknik Harapan Bersama Tegal in partnership with number of university and vocational education institutions. I do believe that this event will trigger many more initiatives to explore further research and innovation in the future. We all understand Tegal is a small city in Central Java, but coming from small city, this big initiative, I think, is going to be very important in terms of developing the spirit of the research, the spirit of innovation in especially in vocational education. I feel honored to meet and to be in the academic forum together with prominent figures in government, business, and academia. And as a matter of fact, I am actually the student of Prof. Kadarsa. I am student of the SPM ITB, and now I'm finishing my dissertation. Hopefully, will be soon to be finished. I'm here to share very light view on and practical experience on how the improvement in innovation should engage in multidisciplinary approach. I hope I can finish in 20 minutes so that we can have more time for our distinguished speakers. Faldo, can you see the presentation? Yeah. All right, let me begin with this, maybe a bit controversial quote from Lenin. Yeah, it's very long quotes, but I found it in the book written by Farid Zakaria, Responding Life After COVID. So this is the quote. There are decades where nothing happens. On the other hand, there are weeks where decades happen. What does it mean with this quote? It means that we might going through long time, but nothing significant happened. But in terms of COVID, in terms of just what happened currently, even though COVID is only happened for the last 2 years, but so many things happening, so many things changing, and so many issues are raising up as a response to the COVID. And I just continue to the discussion about impact of the COVID. The fact that COVID-19 pandemic hits all aspects of living illustrates that the world are relatively old, as quoted from Zakaria, 2020, in terms of perspective and the way the people handle things. Some of the issues that we are now facing, the first one, the pandemic COVID-19 has revealed great inequalities and structural vulnerability in the world. Those who are strong getting stronger, but those who are weak getting weaker. It is also has a great shock for public policy making system, as well as for market and people as well. And there is concern about the institutional volatility driven by short-termism. Those who think short-term is going to be the victim, is going to be not having advantage in terms of competition. It is happening in short-term incentive thinking of politicians, which lead to the business risk. And there is a challenge to the populism-based policy. Populism-based policy is nice to have, but it is proven not solving the problem, because solving the real problem should be based on the science. And now people are crying for scientific-based policy making. And the other one is it is also create gaps between academic research. This is our field as academia, between academic research finding and industrial practices. And I quote it once again. It says that the old paradigm can be seen from the reality that as the government all over the world spend $1 trillion building military defense, even among the biggest countries were unprepared to defend against a tiny microbe. This is very ironic because while giant countries spending $1 trillion to have a kind of better military defense, but when tiny microbe like COVID-19 struck them, they all are in chaotic situation, and this is very interesting phenomenon. That is the background, and if we look at the business is also driving the need for innovation. On the right side, there are two charts developed by McKinsey company saying that executives agree to continue research and using the crisis, including COVID-19, as a driver for innovation. And it has also happened in the pharmaceutical industry, which actually it is opportunity to improve, it is opportunity to innovate, it is opportunity for bettering the service to the customer. So the first one is adapting the core to meet shifting customer need is important. Also identifying and quickly addressing new opportunity areas as created by the changing landscape. And also the need to reevaluate the innovation initiative portfolio and ensuring resources and allocated appropriately. And then the fourth one is building the foundation for post-crisis growth. So the focus is not only handling the current crisis, but also what is after crisis. And that's what we call a recovery plan. This is one of the observation. It says that historically, the companies that invest in innovation through a crisis outperform peers, outperform the competitors during the recovery. Not only during the crisis, they outperform the competition, but also post the crisis. So if you look at the number, during the crisis, they outperform the competitor 10%, but if they continue to invest on the innovation, they outperform up to 30%. That is what one of the research observed about the importance, about the need to innovate during the crisis. Now let's little bit go back on the basic definition. So innovation means, if we use noun as the perspective, then introduction to new things or method. But if we use a verb as our perspective, then it is innovation is to innovate, is to make something new or to make changes in anything established. And one of the research also using the different words, but almost the same meaning. It is the embodiment, the combination or synthesis of knowledge in original, relevant, valued new product, processes, or services. So it's kind of doing the mixing, the combination, the reorganizing, and other means of innovation. What is the type of innovation in general? Theoretically, there are 10 types of innovation. You can innovate your services. You can innovate the channel. You also can innovate the brand. You may innovate customer engagement. You may innovate profile model. You also can touch on network structure and processes. You also can innovate on the product performance and product system. If you look at the blue color, then those 4 innovation related to the experience of customer. And if you look at the red color, it is related to the configuration. While on the yellow color, you are related the innovation to the offering, to what can you offer to the customer. So any innovation can be categorized within the 10 categories. Another literature saying that to manage the innovation process in organization, there are 8 essential steps. The first one is strategizing. Create the strategy. And then the second one is putting the portfolio. Which one do you want to allocate how much resources to the innovation? What is the priority? Number 3 is creating distinctive values of innovation. And then you can enlarge, you can expand to additional values creation process. After you convince with the distinctive values and other innovation, then you may go to the next step, launching the innovation. Launching, of course, is kind of a pilot scale, but once you are confident with the process, then you can scaling up. You can do the scaling up the innovation. Then after getting the positive response, you will be mobilizing internal culture, internal resources. Then the 8th is kind of mobilizing or engaging external stakeholders. So this cycle are typical if you want to do the innovation. As part of my presentation, I just want to share my practical experience as the Secretary General of Indonesian Red Cross, Palang Merah Indonesia. So everybody was surprised by COVID-19 in early 2020. It is also happened with Red Cross movement all over the world. Although we are well connected with the global Red Cross movement, but still Indonesian has to do kind of preparation. So during the COVID, this is what we respond to the society. Number 1, we have to maintain our business continuity. What does it mean with business continuity? Business continuity meaning that no matter what happened on the ground, whether there is a disaster, whether there is a COVID striking us, but the personnel of PMI, starting from the board, the staff, the volunteer, has to be prepared to respond the situation. We develop business continuity scenario, how to manage the people if there are some people infected, how to allocate some resources if while we are taking care of COVID, then you still have disaster everywhere. So that's number 1. Number 2, of course, on the technical aspect, we have to prepare with the logistic management, supply chains. We have to be prepared with warehouse, transportation, supply. Just to inform you that PMI manage 8 regional big warehouses all over Indonesia, and also manage more than 1,000 vehicles logistical vehicle all over Indonesia. The next one is mitigation. We have to be prepared with mitigation. It is effort to reduce the risk of spreading the virus through education and health promotion. So we do campaign, we do public campaign, we do public education to mitigate and to prevent. So the next one, the effort to prevent virus exposure through disinfectant. If you look at on the road, then there are some of the vehicle, PMI vehicle spraying the disinfectants, and also the small tanks, the manual things, we're trying to spray the disinfectant. Then we also involve in treatment by providing hospital, providing center for isolation, and also sending people and for supporting the center of isolation, like in Wisma Atlet, in other center of isolation. Then we also managing support, including ambulance, psychosocial, also basic health shock, checking for basic health. And the one that didn't appear on the slide is we also manage to manage the body if there are some victims that have to be taken care, which at the beginning of COVID, no one dare enough to take care of the body because of the perception. Then the last point, this is also one of the core function of PMI, is how to secure blood availability in the donor centers. So this kind of thing are, if we relate to the innovation or improvement, then something that never done before by PMI, and then we are forced to innovate, we are forced to improve, we are forced to make the services different. Then we also come to the organization improvement, which is actually this is kind of long-term plan of the PMI. We did what we call organization mapping. We see the capacity of organization, capacity of human resources management, the training development capacity, the volunteer management, the social health services, the blood donor services, disaster management, and conflict management. So at the below part is kind of core services of PMI, and then at the top part is the management side of PMI. And what is the direction? What is the vision? The vision is through this innovation or transformation, we like to strengthen PMI as a trusted and reputable organization, because we realize that unless PMI is trusted by people, then it's impossible to do the operation, to engage with people, and to kind of serve the community. So this is the agenda of transformation. This is my last two slides. Based on the mapping, as I explained at the previous slides, we set 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 agenda for transformation, for strengthening the organization. Number one, we have to go to digital transformation. We manage the fund, we manage the logistics, we manage the operation, and it is envisioned that by the end of the 2024, all operation should be supported by digitalized system. The second one is improving the financial and project management system. We engage, just for example, in 2021, we engaged with 400 more operation all over Indonesia. And this project management has to be supported by a proper system. We also have to be responsible of 100 accounts, bank accounts, because some of the contributors, some of the donors want to have their own bank account. So this is also related to the strengthening the financial statement. We also develop what we call PMER. PMER is a planning, monitoring, evaluating, and reporting system. And we trying to improve our reputation management. reputation is different with the image. Yeah, reputation is related to the behavior, related to the performance, related to the accountability, while image is only tend to be on the surface. Then we also strengthening our fundraising and resources management team, human capital and resources development. And then the last one is, this is very important one, although even though the last one, Red Cross is naturally a global movement. So our operation is only possible if we work together with the global community. Every big disaster, it is actually the disaster of all Red Cross movement, not only Indonesia. So just for example, in Aceh during tsunami, there are hundreds of national societies from Red Cross from our country, our negara sahabat, yeah, to operate in Aceh. Also happening in Palu, happening in Lombok. So we have to engage with the international communities, Red Cross communities, so that we can support and get support from them. My last note, so ladies and gentlemen, our beloved students, I think the innovation, the improvement, the reform, whatever you call, it's only happen if we go through multidisciplinary approach. Just as simple as in, I put quote, as simple as in PMI. PMI has also expert in disaster, expert in blood services, expert in health, but also expert in human capital, in IT. So every single innovation has to involve multidisciplinary approach. What do we do with the management side or organization side? First one is every person has to understand the process of innovation. So we continue to promote, we continue to engage them. And there has to be culture of learning and study. You have to nurture the learning culture. You have to drive people to be continuous learner. And with that, we can introduce the curiosity or as behavior, openness. And it is also important to note that leadership role is really important to drive the innovation. And then overall, the member of organization, especially the leader, has to be focused on strategy instead of operational tasks. And there are 3 elements to create what we call innovation nurturing pie, which the first one is employee development, has to be managed properly. And then the second one is strategy development. And the third one is management development. That's about it's my sharing today. And I do hope that you will listen more meaty material from the next speakers, and I will give it the forum back to the moderator. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Mr. Sudirman Said. What I learned from your speech is, yeah, COVID-19 is small but deadly, and it causes pandemic, but it also leads us to scrapping ideas and then do many works and make innovation. And by doing that, we bring hope to the humanities. Thank you for motivational speech. Please give applause to Mr. Sudirman Said. Dear all participants, now let us continue to our next 30 minutes of presentation. I will briefly introduce the first invited speaker, Professor Dr. Insinyur Kadarsa Suryadi, DEA. Let me read his curriculum vitae. Professor Dr. Insinyur Kadarsa Suryadi serves as full professor of industrial engineering and was director of Institute of Technology Bandung in 2015 to 2020. In 1986, Professor Suryadi completed his studies at Bandung Institute of Technology, where he obtained a Bachelor of Science in Engineering. He finished the master's program on Technology Innovation Management at École Centrale Paris, France, in 1988. In the same year, he pursued PhD doctoral program on computer-aided decision support system management in Production Management University of Aix-Marseille 3, France. He is a specialist in quality management, decision support system, and business process analysis and improvement. Many awards have been given to him from Indonesian government. Here, Professor Suryadi, with engaging the essential work of cross-disciplinary research and sustainable innovation, please welcome. The time and stage are yours.
Thank you. Thank you. Can you hear my voice, please?
Yeah, we can hear it clearly.
Thank you. Good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Excellency Minister Sudirman Said and Secretary General of Indonesian Red Cross. Pak Sudirman, I am very happy to meet you again. Thank you for coming here. Excellency, honorable distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is great honor for me to be here with all of you. And I would like to express my sincere thanks to the Committee of International Conference on Multidisciplinary Studies, Politeknik Harapan Bersama. So my appreciation to the leader of Politeknik Harapan Bersama to organize this very, very reputable conference. Excellency, honorable distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to share my file in this presentation. So I would like to share our experience in ITB during my period of rector. I was rector of ITB since 2015 until 2020. And in this opportunity, I would like to share about how manage cross-disciplinary research. There is 3 points that I would like to share. The first is ITB policy on cross-disciplinary research. The second point is supporting units that we need to organize to run the cross-disciplinary research. And the third point is a case study, especially about the disaster mitigation research. We come now to the first point, ITB policy on cross-disciplinary research. ITB directions, when I was inaugurated as new rector in ITB in 2015, 20 January, I declared that ITB has to move from research university towards entrepreneurial university. And the direction of ITB is characterized by 3 key performance indicators as entrepreneurial university. The first indicator is excellent in teaching and learning. Second indicator is excellent in research. And the third indicator is excellent in innovation. And by this way, we hope that there are 3 types of graduates. The first type is professional. It is the result of excellence in teaching and learning. It is the people, the alumni who work into the existing job. The second type is scientists. They are alumni, the people who develop the science. Maybe as the lecturer in university, work in R&D institution, etc. And the third type is entrepreneur. It is the people or the alumni who create the new job. It is the result of excellence in innovation. So in this direction, there are through key points. It means that research and innovation that must be conducted in the way of cross-disciplinary. And that's why now we look at about the cross-disciplinary research in ITB policy. As you see in our PowerPoint, our cross-disciplinary research refers to research and creative practices that involve two or more academic disciplines and can involve external entities according to the nature or characteristic of activities, such as government body, industry, public or community, etc. And the objective of our cross-disciplinary research policy is to provide understanding of complex challenges and community responses to local, national, and global issues, such as climate change, disaster mitigation, transportation, wood, water, and health, including what has been explained by Excellency Pak Sudirman Said. It is about COVID. And the second objective is to combine disciplinary breadth with the ability to collaborate and synthesize varying expertise coming from diverse research groups. In ITB today, we have 118 research groups who has the specialty depending on the faculty, depending of the study program, and depending of the background of study of each academic staff. And the third objective is to encourage researchers to confront questions that traditional disciplines don't ask while opening up new areas of research. And the fourth objective is to enable the researchers to reach wider audience and communicate diverse viewpoints. So these are four objectives of our policy concerning cross-disciplinary research. And we come now to the second point. What are the supporting units that we organize, that we run to support our policy on cross-disciplinary approach? So to diminish cross-disciplinary activities, we have some entities such as 12 faculties or schools, and there are about 1,500 academic staffs who work not only in teaching and learning, but also in research and innovation and community services as well. Among 1,500 academic staffs, they are clustered in 118 research groups. But at that time, during 2015 until 2020, there were about 99 research groups, but today it becomes 118. And to conduct the cross-disciplinary research among research groups, among academic staff, ITB has established 7 research centers, established 26 centers entity, and also the government has given the mandate to ITB to establish 9 national centers of excellence. Besides, we have also the Research and Community Service Agency, and to support innovation indicators, ITB has established Institute for Innovation and Entrepreneurship Development. Here, we are looking now to 7 research centers. We have centers for research on new and renewable energy. They conduct the multidisciplinary approach, multidisciplinary research, and Center for Research on Information and Communication Technology, Center for Research and Bioscience and Biotechnology, Center for Research on Infrastructure and Regional, Center for Research on Cultural and Environmental Products, Center for Research and on Disaster Mitigation. The point 6 will be explained more detail in my presentation about case study. And the number 7 is Center for Research on Nanoscience and Nanotechnology. And also now we look at the 26 center entity: agrarian studies, artificial intelligence, carbon dioxide on floor gas, catalyst engineering, climate change, coastal and marine development, defense, security technology, until ITB Halal Center. So the centers and these research centers are providing the activity for all staffs to conduct the cross-disciplinary research. And also our government has given the mandate to ITB to establish during my period of rector, to establish 9 national leading centers for science and technology. The first center of excellence is what you call Center of Excellence on Broadband Wireless Access and Carbon Capture Storage and Carbon Capture Utility Storage, Nanoscience and Technology, Defense Security Technology, Sustainable Transportation Technology, Disaster Mitigation, Bioscience, Artificial Intelligence, and Smart City. So in this point about disaster mitigation, I would like to explain more detail about our case of cross-disciplinary research. Now we come to the following example. There are many cross-disciplinary research activities in ITB, but unfortunately I cannot explain all. And this morning I would like to explain only one. It is the cross-disciplinary research in disaster mitigation. We come now to the third point, the case study on cross-disciplinary research in ITB. The title is Interdisciplinary Disaster Research, and it is conducted by Research Center for Mitigation and also by Center of Earthquake Science Technology. These 2 centers collaborate to conduct the research about disaster mitigation. And also there are 16 study programs involving in this cross-disciplinary research, consisting of geophysical engineering, geology engineering, meteorology, oceanography, geodesy and geomatic engineering, electrical engineering, informatics engineering, telecommunication, system and information technology, civil engineering, environmental engineering, marine engineering, urban and regional planning, architecture, visual communication design and management. So we look at here very big number of cross-disciplinary among academic staff in ITB, but also we collaborate with external entity, national and international partner. So in this disaster research, ITB also has already established Center for Infrastructure and Built Environment. It was financed by JICA from Japan. We have also Disaster Mitigation Research Center, Center of Excellence on Earthquake, and then Tsunami Research Group, which is interdisciplinary and collaborative. And also ITB's commitment is academic norm, Tridharma of higher education by following COVID-19 protocol to maintain safety and health. So it is as information for all of you that not only disaster, but also about the pandemic. And that's why ITB emphasize interdisciplinary collaboration between university and other institutions, government, private sector, community, and also other sectors. And ITB commitment as disaster resilience university since 2019 toward university that has the ability to face disaster risk are able to recover and return to activities immediately in the event of disaster. So on the right side, we have Pak Doni Monardo. At the time, he was the chief of BNPB, Badan Nasional Penanggulangan Bencana, or the National Agency to Disaster Mitigation. It is Pak Doni, he was visiting ITB, and it is myself, we discussed together to launch our commitment about disaster research. And as we know, Indonesia is the country, what we should call ring of fire country. There are earthquakes, tsunamis, volcanic eruption, hydrometeorological disaster can occur at any time. Even during a pandemic, considering the length of the earthquake and tsunami path Indonesia from west to east, about 9,000 kilometers, with 297 active faults and 16 megathrust segments. As you know that the third time COVID-19 has been declared as national disaster after 1992 Flores earthquake, tsunami, and 24 Aceh earthquake tsunami. So now we are in the third national disaster, as Pak Sudirman Said explained. And today I would like to focus on disaster mitigation. It is very relevant with earthquake and tsunami. And that's why ITB need to strengthen preparedness together with on science technology in interdisciplinary and transdisciplinary matter. Excellency, honorable distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I would like to tell that ITB has long been involved in various Dharma activities related to multidisciplinary research through collaboration with various parties, national, local, international levels. We have some examples such as updating the 2017 National Earthquake Source of Hazard Map. So in Indonesia now we have already the National Earthquake Source and Hazard Map. And also developing national standard for earthquake resistant building and infrastructure. Seismic macron ozonization in Jakarta Metropolitan. And also developing tsunami guidelines, contributing to 10 principles of water-related disaster risk reduction in the COVID-19 period. So now we look at the modality in ITB disaster mitigation cross-disciplinary research. As modality, we have senior and experienced professor, lecturer, and researcher of ITB with very long track record and relevant networking. We have research agenda of many research groups in ITB that are in line with disaster mitigation, coming from 16 study programs and many research groups and many centers. We have graduate students to support the professor and the researcher to conduct in more detail about the research activities. And we have also research infrastructure, such as laboratorium, software, and library. And all of this modality are focused on development of interdisciplinary research center for disaster mitigation in Indonesia and Southeast Asia. Here is our Dharma activity: education, research, and community services. In research, we have hazard and disaster science, disaster mitigation engineering, disaster mitigation technology and innovation. Community services, we connect with government, community, school, college, hospital, and many industry. And what happened? To conduct research and innovation in disaster mitigation, we try to determine, we try to identify what are discipline related to this disaster mitigation. We have geological hazard, technological hazards and technology, earthquake engineering, management policy and outreach, and also hydrometeorological hazard. So we have here earthquake, volcanology, tsunami, flood, landslide, and many others. So they are the entity that we consider in this research about disaster mitigation. Another thing is we have volcano, tsunami, hydrometeorological hazard, earthquake engineering, earthquake science, management policy outreach, and many entities inside that we consider during conducting cross-disciplinary research in mitigation, in disaster mitigation. And here is our national and local networking and stakeholders. We had Ministry of Research and Technology at the time. We have the National Agency on Mitigation on Disaster. We have MKG. We have the Badan Informasi Geospasial, and many associations such as Himpunan Ahli Teknik Tanah Indonesia, etc. So it is our national and local networking. On the other hand, we have international networking such as Australia National University, Mercy Corporation, UKM from Malaysia, US Agency for International Development, Kyoto, Nagoya University. We have also collaborating with United Nations, UNESCO, and many others. So these are international networking that we work together during conducting cross-disciplinary research about disaster mitigation. The same, we have the consortium on international human resource development to establish the resilient countries development. We have here 4 ASEAN countries and 6 universities, such as Thailand, Chulalongkorn University, Kasetsart, IIT from Thailand, and University of Malaya from Malaysia. We have Vietnam National University. So we work together to conduct the consortium of international human resource development to have the resilient countries in ASEAN countries. And also it is our contribution about the national development about earthquake source and hazards map 2017. We have a steering committee, advisory board on the left side, and on the right side, we have another team. So we work together to conduct the what you call cross-disciplinary approach or cross-disciplinary research about disaster mitigation. So that's why ITB has many research centers. Why? Because we have so many researchers, so many academic staff with its own expertise, but we try to organize cross-disciplinary among them to solve the problem, the national problem, local problem, and also international problems such as carbon dioxide problem, and also about the scientific approach to increase our publication or journal. So what are benefits? It is the last point of my presentation. Through the Tridharma of higher education and through the cross-disciplinary approach or research, the government has benefit about the formulation of disaster management policies. So our group, our research group has contributed to government about how to formulate disaster management policy. And for private sector industry, also, we try to help to support industry to reduce the disaster risk. And for academic sector, we try to increase research activity for application, support action taken by community and local government, and also increase interaction between science policy for decision making, initiate effort disaster resilience university in ATB in Indonesia. And for media, we collaborate with the media to carry out active socialization and provide science-based information to increase public and share stakeholder awareness of potential disaster and how to deal with them. And benefit for the community is to provide assistance to build resilience to disasters, such as there are the Lembang fault area, Java, West Sumatra, etc. Be active in the efforts of the Safe School program. So we have the source of fund of many resources from ITB, internal, and also from government, and also from international and from industry sector. So I think it is one of scope, one of the spot about our activity, how to establish ASEAN Youth Volunteer Program. So here there are many students coming from many ASEAN countries, from ASEAN universities, gathering in ITB to establish the Youth Volunteer Program in ASEAN. So on the right side, it is the day of the mitigation preparedness. We have here, I think that there are many people from many ASEAN countries in left side. And here we have Pak Doni Monardo. At the time, he was the head of National Agency for Disaster Mitigation. We are gathering in Bandung. We were gathering in Bandung at the time to launch the National Preparedness on Disaster Management. So I think that's all my sharing. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much, Professor Suryadi, for an interesting topic. And what we learned is emphasizing interdisciplinary collaboration is the key for solving modern problem, especially to strengthen our preparedness for disaster. Thank you again, Professor Suryadi. Give him applause to him. Okay, now it's time to have next invited speaker, Professor Dr. Muhammad Najib bin Muhammad Alwi, MD, MRC, Psych, PhD. He is with us now from MSU Malaysia. Good morning, Professor.
Good morning. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam. Let me introduce you briefly to our audiences. Professor Dr. Muhammad Najib bin Muhammad Alwi is a director of MSU Clinical Center of Excellence, myself. He is also a deputy dean or consultant psychiatrist at International Medical School, IMS, at Management and Science University, MSU. His main research interests are in cognitive rehabilitation for mental illness, psychology aspect of disasters, and evidence-based practice in mainstream psychiatry and complementary treatments. He has been involved in numerous training workshops, especially on cognitive remediation therapy, research methodology, scientific writing, and psychodynamic psychotherapy, and has been invited to speak on various topics in psychiatry, cognitive remediation, and evidence-based medicine, and others at local and international conferences and meetings. The professor is going to deliver an interesting topic of the talk titled The Current and Future Direction in Cognitive Remediation Therapy for Mental Disorders. Professor Najib, the time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First of all, thank you so much, Mr. Rifaldo, for your kind introduction. I'm very pleased to be here and being invited to this great conference. I know this is the first one that has been conducted by Politeknik Harapan Bersama, and I wish that this conference will be the first, but will be the first of the great conferences that will be coming soon. Yeah. And also, I would like to say my sincerest gratitude also to the other speakers, Mr. Sudirman and also Professor Dr. Kadasha, for your excellent talk. I hope I can match up with your great presentations. Yeah, and first and foremost, let me start to share my screen. Okay, can you see my screen?
Professor
Yes,
Mr.
okay.
Rifaldo, can you?
It's okay.
It's okay.
Can see, yeah? All right.
I
All
can
right.
see.
Okay, excellent.
This is the slide for your notes, not the main slide. So
I
maybe
see.
you change. You may choose display setting.
Let me try again. Yeah?
Okay.
Is that okay now?
Yes, it's clear. Okay.
All right. Okay, excellent. Okay. Again, first and foremost, this is my talk for today. I know, considering the first two speakers, mine is probably slightly different because we're focusing not only on medical and health now, but also in psychology, psychiatry. And I hope some of the audience here, I know from the names on the Zoom, the pharmacists perhaps, so I don't know who else attending here, but I hope everyone would benefit from this talk somewhat. Yeah. So I'm from MSU, Management and Science University, a small city in Malaysia, just north to Kuala Lumpur. And I've been doing work in cognitive remediation therapy for perhaps the last 17 years. Yeah. And I'm very proud not to share some of the experiences we have. And in the context of today's conference, I also welcome if there is any wish for collaborative work or research in this area. Right, this is the outline of my talk. I'll be talking about history and evolution of cognitive rehabilitation. Yeah, and of course, I need to introduce to you, most of you, I suppose, about cognitive remediation therapy, or in short, CRT. The rationale of giving CRT for psychiatric patients, and evidence that it works, if it really works, and if so, how does it work? And finally, current and future directions, especially opportunities for collaborative research. Yeah. Now, historically speaking, the early works on cognitive rehabilitation started off with people identifying presence of cognitive dysfunction linked to mental disorders. And when does this start? It was as early as World War I and World War II, whereby, as we know, many soldiers were injured, including some of them would have brain injuries. Yeah, and as a result, the military, especially, and various governments, including Russians, Germans, USA, were thinking on how to help them gather or improve their mental function. Because it's a great loss not only to the army but also to the nation and so forth. Yeah. So, and the focus of work on cognitive rehabilitation during those times were definitely on traumatic brain injury. Now, this gentleman, Alexander Luria, some of you might have heard about him, especially those who studied neurology and psychology and so forth. He actually had published several important works. He sort of started off the concept of rehabilitation in cognition, yeah, and that has offshoots many of the modern day cognitive remediation therapy or cognitive rehabilitation processes that we know of. Yeah, so he was one of the first to develop a proper assessment of individual neurocognitive functioning, to analyze various adaptive mechanisms, people had brain injury and how they sort of improve themselves to be able to function again as before. And also evaluation of skills the person could use to help obviate the deficits. We have what we call as brain reserve, from including if people had a motor vehicle accident, they may injure some parts of their brain, but God have created our brain as such that we also have some parts which are called brain reserves that can be manipulated or used to help the injured patient to gather some extent of near normal functioning. So that was the early works in that. And finally, he also started off the interest in investigating drug treatment, if possible, to improve memory, attention, and whatnot. Okay, so based on Alexander Luria's concepts, the model of cognitive rehabilitation have been two-pronged, really. One is to strengthen the patient's spared skills. Spared skill here, I mean, is the parts of the brain that are not damaged. So some of them, to some extent, can be improved, especially now in modern days. We know the concept of neuroplasticity, whereby if we train the brain cells enough, they can even mimic or at least resume the lost functions that the injured persons had. So this is what we call as a restorative approach. And the second one is the compensatory approach, whereby we teach patients, the injured persons, on new compensatory skills. That means if certain functions of the brain have been lost, so we need to find ways to adapt with that situation. So both these concepts are used very widely and extensively in many forms of cognitive rehabilitation. Okay, so back to CRT. What is cognitive remediation therapy? These pictures from my own center in Shah Alam. Yeah, so cognitive remediation therapy refers to several psychosocial programs aiming to reduce cognitive deficits associated with mental disorders. Yeah, so basically it's actually a group of therapies, not just a single one. Yeah, and of course, following Alexander Luria's concepts, so we use different kind of combinations of strategies, ranging from paper and pencil exercises to computer software, graded occupation, and so forth, and also using some external strategies to help patients adapt, which I'm going to go through later. So, what is cognitive remediation therapy as we know it now? So there was a workshop by experts in the field in 2010, and they have defined this, that CRT basically is a behavioral training based intervention that aims to improve cognitive processes such as attention, memory, executive function, social cognition, or metacognition. These are various functions of the brain that have been lost, perhaps, due to brain injury and also mental illness. Yeah, and with the goal of durability, that means whatever effect that is there has to be prolonged, or otherwise there's no point really improving it for a short term. So all the research have been trying to find ways to achieve more prolonged effects on this cognition, and also generalization. That means if they have improved their cognitive function, whether it will translate into their day-to-day functioning, which is the most important thing. So as I mentioned in the previous slide, the range of activities there, the simplest one, all of you can do it even at home, like newspaper groups, whereby we get patients to read the newspapers and then come back and relate what they have learned, what they have remembered, what they have recognized, what is currently happening around the world, and so forth. So there is a very minimal level that everybody can do, to very high-tech software and specialized training. Towards the end, afterwards, I'll probably allude to the current research on using things like augmented reality and so forth, also in cognitive remediation. Okay, now I'd like to focus now on different strategies that we use in cognitive remediation therapy. Yeah, according to Tom Lee, this was an old paper, but actually she was the first one to divide the various kind of works in CRT actually into two main groups. The first one is task drill, whereby we get patients to use some pencil and paper strategies repeatedly and so forth. And with that, some patients do benefit. Sometimes the second group will be task drill, as mentioned, but also with a bit of strategy coaching. That means there will be a therapist who will guide patients at every step to assist them. And so it's slightly different from the first one. We will just leave them to do the task on their own. Yeah. And the third one is computer-assisted task drill. This is quite popular in some countries. Yeah, whereby people will buy some expensive software and they use this software to the patients, and they will play some of the games there and whatnot. I think many of you are familiar with this. We can even download from the internet now some of the computer games that will help improve memory. So that's the third one. And finally, this computer-assisted task drill with strategy coaching, which is much whatever I'm doing in my work, whereby not only we use those computer software, but we also train therapists how to use the software to help them get better outcome. Now, again, I don't want to bore you with all these strategies that people have used, but there are a lot of different adaptations that people have used, from paper and pencil exercises, as mentioned, to many other things like prosthetic orthotic device, where they use external aids to help the patient, and also as simple as indirect training like better sleeping, eating habits, and so forth. And all of these are actually used, somewhat in different places, different centers, based on their training and the treatment models that they follow. Yeah. So let's go back to this question now. I mentioned about World War I and II just now. What about mental disorder? This is my interest as a psychiatrist, of course. Yeah. Why CRT for mental disorders? Now, actually, the works in psychiatry started around the late 1990s, where there was growing interest in the cognitive deficits in schizophrenia. I hope many of you would know what schizophrenia is, one of the most severe mental illnesses. And we are familiar with the main symptoms that they have, like, some of them are psychotic. They hear voices, they have delusions, they may do things which are unpredictable sometimes and so forth. That's more familiar to most people. But they also present with things like negative symptoms, where they are socially withdrawn. They don't mix with others. They refuse to work and so forth. Yeah. But more recently, like late 1990s and so forth, we noticed that they also have something which was there before, what we didn't recognize, which is cognitive deficits. So the Matrix group in the USA started off this work in 2004, sometimes around that. They developed this research group called Measurement and Treatment Research to Improve Cognition in Schizophrenia. Yeah, and this work has slowly gained more and more interest. And when we had enough data on schizophrenia, this paper, very fundamental paper in 2005 by Wilk et al., which concluded that it is not possible to have schizophrenia and yet neuropsychologically normal. Why? Because they have looked at the brains of people with schizophrenia. Although, say, on psychological tests, they might score like normal person, but in these people, even if we have any data about the previous functioning, their function have actually deteriorated. So based on this, a lot of work have been started in schizophrenia, especially at that time, on how to improve their cognitive function. So again, more or less the same thing, basically until 2010 and above, we have now decided, if you look at DSM-5 criteria also, which is the classification system for mental disorders, we have now agreed that cognitive deficits is actually a core deficit in schizophrenia. So they actually function quite badly compared to normal population on various cognitive functions. For instance, down there, deficits in attention and concentration, problem solving, executive function, memory, especially working memory, which is very important. The memory that we are now using, when we try to look at my slides, we try to understand from our previous experience and try to do things. That is working memory. That is definitely affected in many patients with schizophrenia. And also social cognition. The reason why they're not very sociable, for instance. Sometimes they misinterpret what we do and what we say. So all these are recognized areas that needs to be targeted. Look at this, picture here. This is how the brain looks like in a patient with schizophrenia. So when they started to have the earliest deficits, that means normally soon after they've been diagnosed with schizophrenia, you see in the red colors are indicating where they have differed from normal, assuming the blue is the normal. Yeah, and 5 years later, if you don't do anything, actually in many patients, the red color becomes more. That means their brain now have become very different from a normal person. So, and how will this affect their cognitive function? There's a reason, if you know, many people with schizophrenia, if you don't do anything, they would go down and down in the society. They can't function anymore. They can't work. They can't continue schooling for this reason. Okay, and many research have been done actually to look at what really happened, not only in schizophrenia, but also in other mental disorders. For instance, you look at this data here, the straight line up there is basically normal population. And in schizophrenia, mood disorder, affective disorder is mood disorder like depression, bipolar disorder, and there are other mental illnesses as well. You look at all this, they actually function poorer than normal population. So where is this heading? That means in many psychiatric disorders, cognitive functions are affected. So it could be something like just anxiety disorder. For instance, take this one in the middle. Generalized anxiety disorder, and many of you might be familiar with this. People who are very, very anxious all the time, worried. You sit with them, you feel very anxious yourself. Yeah, and people with panic disorder who suddenly become panicky, sometimes not sure. Also, it can occur spontaneously, but very disruptive for themselves and perhaps for people around them. And in these people, when we look at the cognitive function, they also have some memory problems, attention problems, and so forth. I'm not going to go through all the cognitive deficits in various psychiatric disorders, but sufficient to say that all of them are somewhat affected. So basically, what has happened really when we look at their brains, basically what is really is the concern is there's deficit in brain networks in many people with mental disorders. Yeah, and because of this, it might predispose the individuals to develop psychiatric disorder. In other words, perhaps it was the precursor of them developing mental disorders. Perhaps it was there even before they developed mental disorders. Secondly, if we can do in-depth research, we can use this perhaps as early marker. So some early works have been done in screening adolescents, for instance, to see whether or not they have cognitive deficits. And with that, we do intervention, early intervention to prevent them from getting mental illness. And finally, perhaps these cognitive deficits are the ones that maintain them to be ill. Many people are stuck when they are mentally ill. We tried so many concerted efforts, and still yet they're not able to function well. So this is the link that we want to tackle into. All right, this is my hospital where we do a bit of CRT work in there. Now, the CRT model, I said there are many. The one that we use in my center and the one that I'm trained with, there are many others that I'm not very familiar with because I don't specialize in them. But we use what we call as the NEAR model, introduced by Professor Alice Medelia on top there. Yeah, and in this NEAR model, they use neuropsychological, educational psychology, self-determination theory, and learning theory to help patients to improve their cognition. How does it work? Neuropsychologically, we use neuropsychological principles to understand the operations and the nature of cognitive deficit in schizophrenia. Educational psychology, because when we handle the therapy, it's almost like coming to class. Yeah, and we find the best strategies for effective learning. Yeah, and self-determination theory. People with mental illness, sometimes they are the worst in terms of motivation. So we try to create the environment where they find learning enjoyable. Yeah, and with this, we try to make sure that they develop what we call as intrinsic motivation. Intrinsic motivation is the inherent tendency to explore and learn despite the absence of external rewards. So this is what I'm normally when I handle workshops on cognitive remediation therapy, I tell them one of the things that motivates you as a therapist is that this is one of those. If you train properly, you do properly the work, people would come to your sessions and enjoy it, and they would come without much force. Yeah, so that's the gist of it. And finally, learning theory, because we use a lot of psychological concepts such as shaping, errorless learning, prompting, modeling, and giving positive feedback to help patients to learn better on how to improve their functioning in their day-to-day activities. Okay, now what do we do in CRT? At least in my place, yeah, we use computer software. So what we do is, first of all, we do a little bit of cognitive screening by various methods. Some computerized, some we do manually, yeah, to identify which cognitive deficits are affected. For instance, patient with schizophrenia, they may have attention problem, memory problems, yeah, problem with problem solving. So we know what to target them. So we individualize the program to suit the patients, and which software to use in that particular person. Yeah. And most importantly, we also look at their strength. Not all the functions are affected. Remember, we look at how to restore their memory functions and so forth. If they have some good functions, we capitalize on that to help them improve in their functioning. So what happens in there? Basically, after the assessment, we give 20 sessions of CRT, normally 1 hour twice a week. And we also have group sessions once every 2 weeks, where all the patients, we put together in a room and we discuss about what they've learned and so forth. And then they go back the following week, yeah, to do individual work. And then we have assessment, and also we give a bit of certificate as a reward. So basically, it's almost like coming to a course, but it is therapy. Yeah. So to zoom further, so in the 1 hour session, what we do is, first of all, we look at the program outline, what software to use in this particular hour, and discuss. Sometimes we do have homework, because when patients learn in the therapy, we also ask them to simulate that, to emulate that in their day-to-day activities, in their work, in their school, and so forth. And then they come back and discuss how they function in that. And in the 50 minutes is the main part of the therapy, where we sort of ask them to play different software. Of course, these are mostly education software. We don't use war games and all that. Yeah, and of course, we need to strategize. Sometimes, especially when we want to ask them to do more difficult tasks, certain things have to be in order, and that requires a lot of training. But eventually, that's how it works. And finally, at the end of the therapy session, about 5 minutes, the last 5 minutes, we ask them to put in the personal log. That means they assess their own ability for that day, for instance, and see whether they have progress or not. And of course, the therapists themselves will have their progress note, and there'll be some planning for the future sessions. So this is what happens for the 20 sessions, more or less. And with this, normally in our experience, patients would need about 15 to 20 sessions really to really get a significant improvement in their cognitive functioning. Okay, now, what do we do in the once every 2 week session? We call it bridging session or bridging group. This is where we get the patients to recall what they have learned individually, and also we reflect on various aspects of cognitive functioning. We teach them also a little bit of theory, not too much. They're not going to become psychologists. Okay, we tell them, what does it mean that you have memory problems? What are the things that you're depleted of, and how to improve that? Apart from the computer games, how else can you improve your memory functions when you're at home, when you're in school, when you're working? Yeah. So all this will reinforce whatever they have learned individually in therapy. Yeah. Now the question is, if does CRT actually produce measurable and significant improvement in cognitive functioning? Yeah. Because whatever I say now, you won't trust me if you don't see the evidence that it works, right? So basically, let's compare to the existing strategies. Luria has started the work many, many years ago, World War I, World War II, and after that. But now, many studies have been done to compare CRT versus other measures. Obviously, the targets will be some chemicals that may improve brain function, like atypical antipsychotics. These are medication given to patients with schizophrenia. Now I put that ES means effect size. I hope you know what that means. Normally, effect size, if it is less than 0.2, is probably not clinically important. And as we go up, like 0.5 or 1 or above, that means it's more powerful. So based on this, all the drugs that are available now, including the anti-dementia drug, as adjunctive as cholinesterase inhibitors, sometimes have been used and tested, not really helpful. And some people use newer drugs like vortioxetine. This is a medication given for depression, but also have some evidence that may work for cognitive function. There's some benefits, but not large enough. Yeah. And finally, look at CRT per se. In many reviews, I will show you the details later, have concluded that, see, the effect size is 0.45, moderate, at least moderate, and at least twice to the effect of the standard medication that we use. So this is probably the reason why we're doing what we're doing. Yeah, and since then there have been about 4 meta-analyses, not just individual work that people have done over the years. And if you look at the effect sizes, the one I put in bold there, that's probably increasing between 0.3 to 0.4 and so forth. And in terms of cognitive functioning, but also in terms of other things like psychosocial functioning, there's some effect. Even the symptoms of mental illness, there's some effect that is improved. You know, and people have been wondering about this. It doesn't cause any direct changes to the brain. How does it work? So we have thought of several models on how this happens. Yeah, and but before that, just look at this. This is a fairly early data from Australia. You look at T1 there in red. This was before treatment, and T2 in blue. This after treatment. Yeah, about a year later. So you see, even at this stage, the early stage, there's some significant changes nearing to normal already. Yeah, we never say that they will return to normal values like normal person, but at least there's some improvement that may help them to go back to work, to go back to school. Yeah, we have done some studies in Malaysia. Yeah, this book also we recently published. You can access this from UKM Press if you want. That is the reference there. So what have we done so far? This is my own PhD last time in 2009. We noticed that whatever that we've done, we must have perhaps done it right, because there's some improvement in memory, processing speed, which is almost 0.4 to 0.5 effect size, which is moderate effect. Yeah, if you remember just now, medication only 0.2, at least double, and this is clinically important. Yeah, and also some effects on psychopathology and also functioning. This one, my students in 2018, she compared CRT with wellness group. You know, I'm sure you know what wellness group is, where people teach about healthy diet and also exercising, everything. Of course, they do improve functioning as well, isn't it? When we are healthy physically, mentally also okay. So they look at this, and even compared to wellness group, there's some significant improvement, further improvement in terms of verbal memory, executive function, which is the function for problem solving, so forth, and also processing speed. They become faster in doing things. Yeah, and finally, fairly recent one, another PhD student of mine, we focused on processing speed. If you want the cognitive function, you know, if we improve their speed of thinking and doing things, do they enhance the effect of CRT? So based on our study, it does. So this is some of the smaller studies that we have done in our center. Yeah. So how does it work then? So basically, I mean, we're not doing wonders here. It's perhaps evidence-based, because there's some explanations that we can also associate with that. The first one is perhaps doing CRT, this repeated computer software and also assistance by the therapist, would build a higher platform for learning capacity. So almost like coming to retraining, so that they can think properly now, they can concentrate better, and with that, hopefully, they can also benefit more from various other programs that people have, including medication, counseling, psychotherapy, and so forth. I think it is almost like helping out the other treatments to work. Yeah, and another explanation is when they do these neurocognitive tasks on the computer, it strengthens their skills and enables patients to acquire compensatory strategies. So they find ways how to tackle problems better, how to remember things better, and ultimately this will translate into unpracticed skills in their day-to-day activities, including work and school. Yeah, so I'd like to sum up. It is something like this. You know, when people have cognitive deficits, yeah, what happens is, you know, they can't function well. Yeah, and as a result, their work, their social life, and also even if you refer them to do rehabilitation, as we know, they don't really get much benefit if we don't tackle the cognitive deficit per se. For instance, they go for rehabilitation, they do some tasks, but because we perhaps help them to learn how to work again and so forth, but we don't tackle the primary problem, which is the memory, the attention, the problem solving skills. They may not be able to engage so much in this. So this is a model that I myself created, and to look at, for instance, in schizophrenia, because of the cognitive and memory problems, we come to see them, we give counseling, we give them some advice on what to do, instructions to take medication. They can't remember. If they can't remember, they can't benefit much. In fact, some of them do not come anymore for treatment because they've forgotten. And because of this, we sometimes label them as poor compliance, as having poor adherence to treatment, and it eventually will create a crisis because some of them do get relapsed. They come ill again after we have given them medication. So to put a stop on this, so we give cognitive remediation therapy. Hopefully, this whole vicious cycle is stopped somewhere, and the patient can now hopefully return back to where they were before illness. So what about the future? This is quite exciting. We know now, several years ago, even before COVID-19, the government all over the world talking about Industrial Revolution 4.0, adoption of all the various advancement in technology and computer science in various aspects of work. So can there be a role in CRT? So the current works that are ongoing, many of them are available now in the literature already. I talk so much on schizophrenia, but I also mentioned that other mental disorders also have cognitive deficit. So some works, I have a few students who are doing some of this, major depression, eating disorders, dementia, people elderly who have lost their memory and so forth, whether we can use cognitive remediation therapy methods to help them improve their functioning, especially the pre-dementia stage, which is called mild cognitive impairment. In those people, I think more so than it's important for us to help them to improve their function. And autism for children, and ADHD, attention deficit hyperactive disorder. Children running around can have very poor attention span. So some early works have started on this. I have a PhD student now looking at ADHD per se, and also stroke and traumatic brain injury. Although this has started many years ago, but now we're trying to see, go back in time, whether we have CRT, the techniques that have been improvised have improved so much now, whether they can help better in terms of the treatment of stroke and also traumatic brain injury. And finally, in some of the works that people have done, and I have two students now looking at how with CRT we can improve their return to work programs. In Malaysia, we have an organization who looks into this. So we're now helping them to use CRT to help many people with mental illness, with some brain injuries, who have been out from work to return back to work formally, and these are paid by that department. Okay, so the future directions, well, the challenges though, despite whatever I said, it's not as easy because if you heard what I said, it's very labor intensive. We need trained therapists to do this, and also because therapies are expensive, so we need to make sure that they are accepted by the insurers and departments and so forth. If they don't do it privately, so we need to improve staffing of facilities. So we're thinking about technology now. Some early works have started actually using virtual reality, augmented reality, and we are also offering certified courses. In our university, we've started doing that now. 1 or 2 courses we've done, even online, to get more people trained in this so that they can be familiar and can do that in their own centers. And we are lobbying for dedicated staff and facilities. These are work in progress because to convince people to invest in this, we need to convince them with data as well. So there's a lot of ongoing research that is necessary to do this. I know some of my colleagues in Indonesia also have started some work, and we really hope that we can collaborate on this. And what about training opportunities? At our center, we do run workshops. We had just one recently, actually a few months ago, and we also run executive certificate in CRT, modular, which comprises of 3 modules, over a span of about 3 months, and we train them. And finally, we can offer also clinical attachment for people who are interested to see how it works. So thank you so much, everyone. So it's a pleasure to share the kind of work that we are doing now. And I really hope this will benefit you, or perhaps open up the perspective on the kind of things that people are doing now, especially in mental health. We no longer just treating patient in asylum. We hopefully now going into using computerized technology and helping people to what matters more, which is not only treating the mental illness, but also returning them to work and school, as what we all aspire. With that, I thank you.
Oh, thank you, Professor. That was an interesting topic. And it must be in alignment to this room. Thank you so much, Professor.
Most welcome.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to take questions from the audience. But before that, I would like to say thank you to all participants. I believe all topics given by the speakers could bring something new to us, beneficial knowledge and insight. So here we are. There are some questions have been sorted by our team and will be displayed on the screen. First questions, I will read it for you, Professor Najib, from Iin Indrayanti. Interesting topic, Prof, but please give some suggestions about first aid or simple help, or maybe treatment for patients with schizophrenia symptoms.
Okay, yeah, thank you so much, Madam In, for the question. Yeah, first aid here normally indicates that we want to do something quick and help patients. Yeah, of course, schizophrenia is not a very simple kind of illness. Like you had a fall or something, and then you injure your leg, and you quickly do something about. Normally, these are patients with chronic problems, take months and years before they finally come to see us. So we rarely see them in the first week or second week. Yeah. So if you think about simple help, yeah, I think normally if the patient comes for the first time to see me, what I would do is to talk to them and talk to the family about what the illness is, give them some what we call as psychoeducation, yeah, to explain about the what does it mean to have schizophrenia, what are the common symptoms, and what is it that you can expect. Yeah, so basically I'll be talking about treatments, yeah, mostly medication and also rehabilitation now, especially now I'm doing psychosocial rehab. So we talk about this option as well if they want to come, because I always believe that the most important part is first of all, we need to understand what is happening to us. And then when they understand, I think it's a lot easier to get them to work as a team with us. And tips that we normally give, including, for both for patients and also for the relatives, is that, some of the symptoms there can be treated. For instance, the voices that they hear when they behave strangely, those are all psychotic symptoms and very, very treatable. So we encourage them to take medication. Yeah, encourage the family members to make sure that they adhere to treatment plan, to the follow-ups. And for the patients themselves, normally if we have the facilities, we would engage them also in first individual sessions and group sessions to get them to understand more and more. So once they understand better, I think it's a lot easier. But the simple first aid thing, I think it is tough. Unless you're talking about when patient is very, very aggressive, sometimes they can be. In that situation, most of the time they have to be admitted to hospital, unfortunately. Thank you. I hope I answer your question.
Thank you for the answer, Professor. There is several questions for Professor Kadarsyah. Oh, sorry, from Imam Hassan from PhD to Professor Najib again. Can the CRT theory be used for COVID-19 victims, and what effect has it had in Malaysia? Maybe it has already been studied.
Okay. Yes. The last one, I think I don't think people have studied that extensively because now I know I just given a talk about 2 weeks ago on this, on the effects of COVID-19 on the brain. Yeah. And of course, doing CRT, there is potential provided we can identify specifically what are the deficits. However, I think looking at the kind of patients I have seen so far, yeah, in my practice, of course, yeah, COVID-19, although it's going to be 3 years soon, yeah, but there's a lot of things that we still don't understand. The commonest symptoms that people have would be, worries, fear, right? I'm sure you're familiar with this. Even people who do not have it, if their family members having COVID-19, they're also equally scared. So I think the anxiety per se would lead to problems with attention. And attention problem will lead to memory problem. So this is where CRT may work. But I suppose in that situation, I would combine CRT, if any, with the other forms of treatments like giving anti-anxiety drugs and also a bit of psychotherapy. I think that is the best option. And then, unfortunately, we have already seen data that COVID-19 can, cognitive dysfunction in COVID-19 can be part of long COVID already. That means it's going to be long term. I don't know. Perhaps if you look at the year 1800s and whatnot, early 1900s, when there was some big pandemic last time, yeah, a few years later, many people developed schizophrenia. Don't quote me here. I'm not saying that people with COVID-19 will get schizophrenia. What I'm saying is eventually there'll be some significant damage to the brain. So it's timely, really, Mr. Imam Hassan, for us to quickly look into this. And perhaps if we can use CRT to prevent future further complication, that would be very nice. That's my answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. So there is more question from M. Noval to Professor Najib again. Is it possible we combine psychological aspects with any computer research, such machine learning forecasting algorithm, to detect the schizophrenia early? We are know that the young adult nowadays is possible to suffer that.
Yeah, excellent question, Mr. Naufal. In fact, I've been trying to engage our engineering faculty to get involved in this. Yeah, they are the ones who first introduced this concept to me. Perhaps we look at this algorithm, how they function. I think excellent because very much in line with what we are doing already in CRT. Because we test them to see what quantitative functions are affected, and based on this, we develop what kind of software will be useful for them, for instance. So that is the work that I'm actually thinking now with a group of people here. You're most welcome to join us if you want, to look at how then we translate this into the use of augmented reality and virtual reality, really. Because if we can predict all those things, then we can perhaps, do the CRT now, adapt the use of CRT for early intervention. My supervisor, PhD in the University of Sydney, he's in charge of the early psychosis group. Yeah, and what they're doing every day is basically to find how to detect early in people who will later develop schizophrenia. If we can predict using all the algorithms that you suggested, and then we intervene as early as possible. I think this is a very promising area and still developing. And this is indeed the focus of CRT and many other interventions at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you for the answer, Professor. Ladies and gentlemen, now it's the end of the session. Because we have limited time, I apologize for being unable of handling all queries. Also, I would like to address my special thanks to Mr. Sudirman Said, Professor Dr. Insinyur Kadarsah, and Professor Dr. Muhammad Alwi bin Muhammad Najib, PhD, who has shared their knowledge, findings, and experiences. I will also extend my sincere appreciation to all participants during the plenary. Okay, we are going to have plenary session 2 in 5 minutes with interesting topics, range from social sciences and humanities. So please remain on your place. The honorable professors, distinguished guests, and all attendees of the conference, thank you, see you again, and bye-bye.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that was a video from Kabupaten Tegal. And then I would like to say thank you very much for Mr. Rivaldo as the moderator and our amazing speakers. And while waiting for the next plenary session, there is a traditional dance performance entitled Combination of Calon Arang that will be presented by students of Politeknik Harapan Bersama. Please give big applause for Quator Guerriers.
Ratna Manggal Putri Calon Ara Garu dan Segapsa pengikut calon Ara.
Don't act like you forgot. Don't act like you forgot. Don't act like you forgot. Like you should. Don't act like you forgot. Bitch, better have my money. Plus, I keep the nana real sweet when you're eating. Yes, you be the boss, and yes, I be respecting whatever that you tell me, cause it's game you be spitting. Oh, when my drum like on day, I like the dirty rhythm you play. I wanna hear you calling my name like, hey mama, mama, hey mama. Hey mama, mama, hey mama.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, now we are continuing to the next plenary session. In this session, we will have Dr. Sandiaga Salahuddin Uno, BBA, MBA as keynote speaker, Mr. Subhan Zain, PhD, and Associate Professor Feriji, PhD as invited speakers. The second plenary session will be moderated by Mr. Arif Zulfauzi, MPD. He is an English lecturer in Politeknik Harapan Bersama, and he comes from Tegal. He took bachelor and master's degree from Universitas Negeri Semarang, and he concentrates on English education. Without any further delay, please welcome Mr. Arif Zulfauzi, MPD.
Okay, check sound. Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, first of all, before we start our session for today, let's praise to the God Almighty that has given us healthy and good condition so that we can join together in this event. And welcome to the second plenary session of the first Tegal International Conference that held by Politeknik Harapan Bersama. And for today, I will be with you here for the second session. After the first session, we have done with Mr. Rivaldo. And I will introduce myself at first. My name is Arif Zulfauzi. And for this meeting, we have another speakers that I will introduce also. In this very special occasion, we have our three speakers for today. And before we get in, please, for the Zoom meeting participant, don't forget to turn off your microphone first before when the speakers talking. And then for the speakers, I will introduce in this special occasion. I'd like to introduce you the speakers for today. There are three speakers. The first speakers will be His Majesty Mr. Sandiaga Salahuddin Uno as the Minister of Tourism and Economics Creative of Indonesia, and then Mr. Associate Professor Ferry G, PhD from School of Business and Law at University Australia, and also Mr. Subhan Zain, PhD from the Australian National University. Okay, before we start our session for today, let's have a check sound for our speakers for today. For Mr. Ferry G, hello, can you hear my voice?
Yep, I can hear you very well. Thank you.
Okay, how are you, Mr. Ferry G?
I'm great. Thank you so much. How are you?
Okay, I'm fine too. Thank you. Okay, and for our second speaker, for Mr. Subhan Zain, can you hear my voice? Hello. Okay, for rejoining Zoom. Okay, so for today, before we get in our speaker's presentation, I'd like to inform the rules for our second session for today. We will have two invited speakers for this session. The first one that will present to you. The first one is Mr. Associate Professor Ferry G, and the second one is Mr. Subhan Zain, PhD. And then for the time allocation for each presenters, it will about 30 minutes for the presentation, and also we'll continue to the second speaker, and the last session will edit by question and answer section for about 10 minutes. And then after the question and answer for the first speaker and second speaker, we will have a break time for a while, and then we will continue to our keynote speaker for Mr. Sandiaga Salahuddin Uno at our end session. Okay, due to the limitation of schedule, we will only throw only about 3 questions on our question and answer section at the end of the presentation. And let's go to our first speaker. Okay. For the first speaker for today is Mr. Associate Professor Ferry G, PhD. Okay. Hello, Mr. Ferry G.
Hi, good morning, good afternoon. Hi,
Okay,
going?
morning, everybody. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, so let's start with Mr. G's presentation. And Mr. G, the time is yours.
Thank you very much indeed, moderator. First of all, I would like to say thank you very much indeed to the conference committee as well as the institutions, Politeknik in Tegal, to invite me to present about supply chain management in the post-COVID-19 era. My name is Ferry G. I'm in supply chain and logistic management at School of Business and Law at University in Western Australia. So this is my details, including my email and my watch apps. So feel free if you have any questions or you want to have any questions, you can reach me through WhatsApp or email. Yes, so before I start, just want to give my profile here. So I have published more than 72 journal articles in the top tier international journals in the area of supply chain, business management, operation management, optimization, strategy management, and so forth. I just want to share with you what I have received several competitive grants. This particular project, so currently I'm doing project with the business continuity and resilience, capacity building and upskilling post-COVID-19. So as you know, the COVID-19 is more than 2 years now. It's a global pandemic. This project actually funded by Western Australia government, Department of Job, Tourism, Science and Innovation. So this project actually, we will want to assist and support small, medium enterprises in Western Australia. Due to pandemic, so many businesses they got problems in terms of, you know, their operational, as well as, you know, in terms of their performance. So this project, we want to assist them to continue for the business as well as the resilience, including upskilling for the workers and people in organizations. And recently I received grants in digital competencies framework for the Australia energy industry. This is funded by CRC project, currently just starting now in early 2022 until 2024 for the projects. So the rest of the project already completed during pandemic or just before pandemic. That's the last project. Actually, I finished project with the iMove project as well as smart city projects, waste project funded by Joondalup City of Council. And this I just share with you in terms of the research grant. Now, if anyone, I'm sure in this room we have assumed 328 participants. If your background in businesses or management or social sciences, even in manufacturing or industrial engineering or mechanical, this particular really suitable for, you know, related with my presentation today. So just want to give my background. So I completed my Doctor of Philosophy from University of Sydney. And then my education background for Bachelor Master in Industrial Engineering. And then my Doctor of Philosophy in Business, which is a supply chain management. So everybody know what supply chain management. Supply chain in Bahasa Indonesia, what we call rantai pasok, right? So the definition of supply chain is management of all activity that facilitate the fulfillment of a customer order for a manufactured good. So the purpose is to achieve customer satisfaction at a reasonable cost. So we need several operational activities. So we're working closely with suppliers, right? Say, for example, you want to produce a cereal product or any particular product. So we're working with suppliers to produce raw materials, spare part, and components, right? So the other activity is purchasing, and the other activity transportation, which is product movement from warehouse to factory, or from factory to distribution center, or from factory to the retailers or to retail outlets. So we need to have a transportation, right? And then another you know, function is inventory. So inventory, as you know, for pandemic, for example, a lot of issue in terms of panic buying or inventory stock issues. For example, what happened if factory and the workers got Omicron or got COVID, say, for example, and the workers cannot work and they cannot produce. And this is the problem in terms of the product when they produce, and then we cannot sell the product to the final consumers. So this is what we call inventory problem. So what we call stock out problem. And then we have a risk, pandemic or natural disasters, or, you know, supply chain disruption. You know, in my presentation, I want to give you, you know, mini video clips about the supply chain disruption during pandemic in Australia. And we can measure the supply chain performance, the business performance, as well as we want to maintain the sustainability to ensure, you know, the business can look at the environment, the impact, economic, social, you know, that's what we call the sustainability. Right, so logistics component of supply chain. So everybody knows the supply chain and logistic here. Is a logistic is a component of supply chain. So logistic transportation is the management of flow, materials, transportation activity to ensure adequate customer service at reasonable cost. And it is important to satisfy customer needs and expectation. Say, for example, during pandemic, so we need to have product on time, you know, delivery. Say, for example, if you purchase online, transport, you know, courier need to deliver the product on time. So to satisfy customer needs and expectation. to make sure the product actually arrive on time, not delay, with a good condition, the product in a good condition with the good packaging as well. This is the customer expectation. And then we want to see the efficiency. We want to reduce costs, right, in the supply chain performance or in the business performance. So if I want to share with you in this slide, supply chain, not only for manufacturing, but also the services. So first of all, I want to explain supply chain manufacturing. So we can start from here. I just want to give you example, a cereal company, right? A cereal manufacturer, okay? Now, if you look at cereal manufacturer as a focal firm, so the cereal company has suppliers. We have an upstream, right? So you got flour processor supplier, you got corrugated manufacturer, so you got polyethylenes bag manufacturer, you got chemical farmer, forest, oil company, all suppliers, they supply to the product or raw material to cereal factory. And then if what happened in downstream, so you can see grocery distributor, you can see supermarket like Hypermart, Giants, Alphamart, or Indomaret like Indonesia's, we have in Australia, we have Coles and Woolworths supermarkets, right? So that's a downstream supply chain. So then we have a customer. So this is supply chain. If you look at product from upstream to downstream, and including information and planning as well. So supply chain not only for product, but also information and planning. Now, the next slide is I want to share with you about supply chain in the service sector, including hotel industry, hospital, education, insurance companies. Say, for example, I want to show it to you. The focal firm is a hotel management. So hotel management's like, Holiday Inns or Santika, say, for example, and what is the upstreams for hotel? They have mattress supplier, food services, then general contractor for building, temporary labor providers, cement contractor, framing, and so forth. All those supplier, all those are contractor, okay? So, and then for downstream, so you got hotel brand and different location in Central Java, in Semarang, for instance. So I love Semarang and Central Java, including Tegal. So I have not been there in Tegal. So I can see Tegal is a beautiful, I was there in Semarang, was in 2014 when I visited Diponegoro University in Tembalang and Peleburan. Then I stay in the hotel there. What's the name? It's Ciputra Hotel, I think, if I'm not wrong. And it's a beautiful, I love Semarang. It's a beautiful city. And I have not been there for Tegal. So maybe after pandemic, so Politeknik can, when one day I can visit Politeknik in Tegal, okay? So this particular, you can see hotel brand, business travelers, leisure travelers. As you can see, supply chain services, yeah, the service from upstream to downstream supply chain, which is a customer, which means that business traveler or leisure traveler, including information and planning. Now, I just want to share with you the video. So what's happened now with the pandemic, Omicron, Delta, or any different types of variants for COVID, impacting on the supply chain. So I want to share with you the supply chain disruption during pandemic. So what's happening in Australia for Omicron? As you can see, Omicron attacking Australia since December. So as you know, I'm located in Western Australia. So from Bali to Western Australia, Perth is about 3.5 hours. From Jakarta, maybe 4 hours and 20 minutes via Garuda. Unfortunately, all across states, we got problem with Omicron, okay? So the huge number of cases in New South Wales, like today, I just heard the news is 24,000 cases, just only New South Wales, 20,000 cases. Victoria, the second largest, and the third largest was I think it's Queensland, maybe. The fourth is South Australia and Tasmania. And we are here actually today, the last 24 hours, I think the Premier mentioned 24 cases. Now, I just want to share with you in terms of the video clip. I think it's about 5 minutes. Hopefully you can see the video presentation about supply chain issue during pandemic, okay?
Dire that workers who are close contacts are being allowed out of isolation to help fill the gaps. Critical employees who don't have symptoms can now return to work with some precautions that are needed as Omicron continues its rapid spread. There are more than 3,300 people in hospital around the nation right now. New South Wales is treating the most. 300 people are now also in ICU. 21 more deaths have been recorded. That's 16 there in New South Wales. It's the highest daily loss of life for that state since the pandemic began. And as for the caseload today, just under 100,000 have been reported in the past 24 hours. But as we know, the true figure is likely much higher than that, as New South Wales isn't yet including positive at-home tests.
Secret herbs and spices, maybe, but here, one thing is missing.
There's no chicken.
A closed KFC, just another sign the supply chain crisis is biting. One answer to those empty shelves, a decision by New South Wales and Queensland to allow critical food, transport and some other essential workers to leave isolation and return to their jobs.
And we believe that that will ease the pressure on supply and distribution networks.
We need to keep the lights on. We need to keep the water supply going. We need to keep sure our freight is moving.
It doesn't apply to anyone testing positive, only close contacts. They'll need masks, and in New South Wales, will also need daily rapid antigen tests.
It's short-sighted. It's likely just to compound the problem in supply chains in the weeks ahead. If we're letting Omicron into workplaces, it's just going to spread.
And forget the scramble for toilet paper. Today, health officials urged all Australians to stock up on Omicron essentials: paracetamol, ibuprofen and electrolytes for if or when you catch it.
Important to be prepared, because you won't be able to go to your supermarket or pharmacy if you are diagnosed with COVID-19.
On the back of this truck in Sydney, a sight for sore throats. 200,000 rapid antigen tests, the first delivery of 100 million rats on order by the New South Wales government. The catch, they're not for general use, they're reserved for
many of the people who work across the New South Wales government frontline service sector, as well as people from vulnerable communities.
For everyone else, the hunt continues.
We're expecting that from a fortnight onwards, there will be additional supplies starting to come into the market.
In Victoria, they're available at some testing sites, but there's a warning.
We're not opening up pallets of rapid antigen tests and handing them out like lollies. We are asking people for their symptoms. We're recording their basic data. This is still a controlled and clinically managed process.
The 16 deaths reported today in New South Wales, the state's highest daily toll since the pandemic began.
It's a very difficult day for our state.
But case numbers at around 30,000 have dropped, in part at least, because unlike Victoria, Queensland and South Australia, which now allow positive rapid tests to be reported online, the New South Wales system isn't up and running yet.
By the midweek, that will be available.
Victoria has its own problems, sending out text messages erroneously freeing confirmed cases from isolation early.
And corrective messages were sent out. I'd like to apologise not only to my daughter but the other people who received that message. All correct information has now been sent out.
And South Australia's Premier was today delivering his state's COVID update from home after his daughter tested positive.
I've now been identified as a close contact, and so I will be quarantining for 7 days.
As exhausted hospital staff warn, their emergency departments are being overrun by people who don't need to be there.
The vast majority of patients who test positive for Omicron or for COVID can manage well at home.
Okay, I want to bring in Daniel Sutton now. And Dan, if we're all expecting to get COVID...
All right, so... Okay, so just go back with slide, ladies and gentlemen. So if you look at the video presentation, so what's happening, the Omicron, the COVID-19 for in the past 27 months, it's impacting on the supply chain operations. So consumer goods, as you know, when starting in 2020, just 2 years ago, consumer panic buying, what's happening in Wuhan situation and some other countries, consumer panic buying. Consumer want to go to supermarket to get noodles, rice, pasta, hand sanitizer, tissues, and all the toilet rolls and everything like that. So this is a situation, same thing with Omicron, right? So with the particular, because the spread, the community transmissions for the spread of virus is very quick. And what's happened in the workers. So the thing is the workers cannot go to work, right? If the workers got problem with COVID, they got positive case for that particular in the workplace, and the factory shutting down, they not produce anything on that day. And this is the problem in terms of the supply. So what happened in the downstream? If you look at supply chain downstream in supermarket, that's no problem. That's the problem we have seen is empty shelf. So customer come to the store, what's happening is all empty. So they cannot get product what they want. So I remember in the last actually 3 weeks, just before just the New Year or just straight after New Year. And in Australia, we got problem with the supply chain in terms of stock or inventory. So many supermarkets are empty shelf. And in terms of the meat, in terms of the rice or pasta, a lot of some product actually, even paracetamol, Panadol also is stock out. So if you look at literature review, because I'm doing project, I'm still writing a paper. So one paper has been accepted in a Q1 journal about the disruption COVID-19 for the Australia in comparison with UK and United States. So you, feel free to read and download my articles. It's becoming available very soon about the paper. So I just want to share about the literature review. So this literature review showing that the company to start restructuring their supply chain framework. So Professor Dolgui Wamba suggests supply chain consists of 6 perspectives for the businesses. They need to adapt digitalization in terms of technological oriented now for the business, right? Customer tend to purchase product online now, digitalization. And then preparedness. Preparedness, it means that what's happened, the COVID actually, that situation in the region. So are we prepared? What kind of the business model, any backup your suppliers, so what happened, your supplier don't have any stock anymore. You need to prepare for that, right? So recovery is very important. Businesses, so many business collapse because COVID. No sales, and lockdown, for example, those businesses need to have a recovery, right? So ripple effect, it means that you need to look at what kind of the ripple effect that situation, to that what we call operation disruption, right? What kind of risks are you looking at? The short term to medium and long term? That's a ripple effect on the businesses. And of course, sustainability, one thing actually we need to consider also during in the pandemic. Now, what is the actions? I think I mentioned before, digitalization could help the company to boost its performance more while reducing operation cost to minimal level. And the health and safety protocols is very important, it's very crucial in a post-COVID-19. So in Western Australia, currently we working very closely with the WA Public Health to monitor. We have a QR code, right? So if you visit any particular supermarket, shopping center, or any particular venue events, you need to scan from your mobile phone, Android or iPhone, your QR code. So what does it mean? It means that if something, somebody has an Omicron or positive attended that event, So when you scan your QR code and you were there, and the public health in the state need to contact you, need to get tested and isolation for until you will get the negative results. Okay, so this is trying to control, to monitor, to reduce the spread of the virus, right? So we need to look at health and safety protocol. And then you need to think about the new supply chain model. So in a post-COVID-19, a flexible and adaptable supply chain model is needed. This is to ensure that if there's a shift in the environment, company can adapt very quickly. So this particular I mentioned before in terms of the structure, strategy, you need to redefine, building transparency and resiliency for the business or company. What does it mean? You need to, what does it mean resilience? I just give you a scenario, resilient attitude like a bouncing ball. If you got bouncing balls, say for example, you throw the bouncing ball on the floor, right? And the ball can bouncing back, that's what we call resilience. So the company need to have that resilience in terms of if the company going down and the company can, move up again, jumping up again. This is what we need to prepare recovery strategy or what resilience strategy to make sure the company can keep running and keep doing business as usual, in the new normal or the, after post-COVID. So that particular transparency and resiliency. Now, digital supply chain. So a lot of industry introducing artificial intelligence, machine learning, drone technology, to reduce the types of human contacts. A lot of hospitals now, they introduce with the machine learning to give particular the COVID patients is a different building with the non-COVID patients, for example, in the hospital. So the robot can distribute the meals and morning tea or food, to the COVID patient. So it means that we reduce to contact with the nurse or to the hospital workers. Now hospital introduce quite a lot of in terms of the industry 4.0 or digitalization in the operation in hospital supply chain. We need to assess realistic final customer demand. So again, customer is the king. You need to understand what they want. You need to understand what the expectation. This is something you need to assess what particular final customer demand in realistic way. So digitalization, I think I mentioned before already, according to literature review, to increase efficiency, right? As well as a new revenue stream. Now, this is part of my paper, which I just want to summarize. I'm sorry because of the time. I just want to share very quickly for a couple slides here, but feel free to read my journal article already accepted in the Q1 in the top tier journal. The supply chain post-COVID-19, so business continuity plans, business need to think about a continuity. So instead of the business going down, and then not continue. So you need to think about a continuity planning. Lean thinking approach, the business want to think about cost reduction to reduce cost strategy. More quick response to any changes, uncertainties. This is what we call agility. Inventory, I mentioned before, business will increase weeks covered in stock across the supply chain, right? Especially in the supermarket, they need to think about it. What's happening, pandemic going on, they need to think about it. Increase stock, in particular consumer goods, right? Like rice, pasta, noodles, any particular pharmaceutical like paracetamol and so forth. Sources of supply, government and business will review what product that they need local manufacturing, what product need more than one source of supply. That's a problem because what happened when you only rely on one source of supply and then you don't have any more. And how do you do business? So you need to think about it. We need more than one, okay, source of supply. So a lot of businesses introduce work from home, but unfortunately for transport, drivers, logistics, very difficult to work from home. It's not feasible, right? for the majority of the workforce, like logistics and transportation. So especially in the factory, there must be on site, right? Changes such as shift, break, temperature, health check are likely to be the new norm environment. So invest more in the digital resources, I think I mentioned before. Transforming IT solution to maintain the improved connectivity between people, assisting to improve work-life balance and sustainability, right? Investing locally, upskilling local staff to reduce the rely on overseas market. I'm sure in this room, I think we got 308 participants. I'm sure a lot of students. What does it mean upskilling? This is a good moment for the pandemic student. People need to upskilling and reskilling yourself. So when everything is post-COVID, are you ready to compete globally? You know, this is particular, we need to think about it, upskilling and reskilling, investing a lot. So that's why we got Politeknik here. It's a vocational in terms of study, how we make sure the graduate student work ready. So this particular, we need to look at upskilling and reskilling for the staff or the workers, okay? Rather than you just rely on the overseas markets, okay? So we prefer use the domestic, say for example, like Tegal, say for example, or Central Java people, okay? So this particular important about upskilling and reskilling. Now, reviewing in how to repurpose manufacturing to be able to diversify in multiple channels, you review and implement risk management plan, as well as you know, understanding and revaluation of inventory optimization. Now, this is the framework I want to present from the AT-KINI Technology Innovation for the Future Production Accelerating Value Creation. So in the long term, my opinion, the supply chain, even in Indonesia, all countries around the world, connected technology will unlock the new mechanism for creating and distributing value. Any businesses, you have to think about it, creating value from converging technologies. So what technology now with Industry 4.0, we got Internet of Things, everything of Internet now, cloud-based technology, advanced analytics and artificial intelligence, augmented virtual reality, right? Robotics and 3D printing, right? So those technologies available now, right? You can see even in German or other European, other countries, even Indonesia, maybe some particular large organization, they introduce already robotics, perhaps, so they introduce 3D printings. What kind of the value dimension are you looking at? So in the business, we have individual, or we have society, we have industry, companies, organization, and factory, right? And then the value mechanism. So these particular we need to work on. New skills needed, right? For each organization, society, or different types of stakeholder, new skills. And then we need to introduce technology augmented operators, accelerating sustainable production. So there are, you know, 10 pillars: smart processes, operator machine productivity, smart structure, location and scale, smart innovation and engineering, digital organizations and supply chain as well, and the new business model I mentioned before, and digital experiences. How we strengthen the productivity efficiency for the business, how we look at any opportunities such as the new growth and new value creation. So when we look at this, of course, we have challenges. Challenges including technological readiness, security, right? Say, for example, you want to invest certain technology. The company need to think about it. Are we ready? Are you looking at the staff, the workers? Are they able to utilize the technology? This is what we talk about: technology readiness, or the readiness, right? Security, right? To avoid any encryptions, you know, so many you know, because with the pandemic, so many, you know, you can see people actually criminal out there, you know, the cyber crimes, say for example. People pretended like to just, you know, manipulate and getting your password and transfer one fund to there, and then so many, that's cyber crimes. Okay, so this is criminal in particular pandemic, because that particular we need to have a security. Now standards, interoperability, data analytic, data management, change management, because a lot of business now really restructuring and, you know, introducing redundancies, change management, and look at the culture and look at the capability development. All right, so I think it's sorry, it's slightly a little bit over 30, maybe just about 30, just 30 minutes now, but moderator. But I would like to share a little bit more practical 1 or 2 slides. But the thing is, the moderator asked me to talk about 30 minutes, but usually I talk actually 45 an hour, but it's okay. I'm more than happy to take any questions, comments, feedback. Please, you can speak Bahasa Indonesia, no problem. I can understand Bahasa very well. I can speak 6 languages. So I can speak Malay, can speak Bahasa Indonesia, Japan, Chinese, of course, English and French. Okay. All right. So thank you so much for listening. Please ask any questions as much possible. And I would like to return back to Pak Moderator. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, thank you, Associate Professor Ferigi. It's very interesting topic, yeah, about supply chain. Yeah, as we know that supply chain, if we as a basic people thinking about supply chain is about transporting, yeah, transporting human and also transporting goods. As we know that in the COVID pandemic era, as nowadays there are some countries have lockdown, and also the supply chain is also affected. Yeah, so the supply chain from another country cannot transport to another country like that. Yeah, okay, and then there are some challenges also, yeah, such as in technology application, as the implication of AI to change the human resources, to change the human operator like that. Yeah, okay, it's very interesting. And then please stay tuned on this Zoom meeting, Prof. Ferigi, because we will continue to our second speaker first before the question and answer section.
Sure.
Okay. And then we will go to our second speaker for today. Okay, let's check first from Mr. Subhan Sen, PhD. Hello. Can you hear my voice?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Hello, okay.
Hello, everyone.
Okay, hello. How are you today, Dr. Subhan
Well,
Sen?
thank you. How are you? Hello, everyone.
Okay, I'm fine. Thank you. Okay. Okay, Dr. Subhan Sen, for the second speaker, I will introduce a little about Mr. Subhan Sen. And ladies and gentlemen, okay, Mr. Subhan Sen will be our second speaker for this plenary section. Subhan Sen, PhD, has recently assumed a lectureship position at Australian University, National University, or ANU. And Mr. Subhan Sen is the author and lead editor of various education books. And also, Dr. Zain is Asia TEFL Director of Research Publication and Principal Investigator of the British Council's English across Asian Education System Scoping Research at the 2022 until 2021. And then he has recently been named as Australia's top researchers, yeah, okay, in English language and literature in 2021. And his works have appeared in various internationally acclaimed refereed journals. Dr. Zain taught English at the primary and tertiary levels in Indonesia, and for several years he taught English in Australia to a large body of international students, migrants, and refugees coming from 90 countries in various institutions, including University of Canberra, Mission Australia, and Trinity College, the University of Melbourne, And he has also taught Indonesian at the secondary and tertiary institution in Australia. Okay, that's a brief profile of Dr. Subhan Zain. Yeah. Okay. So let's get down to the business, Dr. Subhan Zain. Okay, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you. I would like to share my screen. Can everyone see it?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
But still white.
Okay, is it clear for everybody?
It's shown, but only white color.
What do you mean? It's only white color.
Okay.
Can you see my slides now?
Still in white, sir.
Oh, that's strange. Do you have the file with you that I forwarded 2 weeks ago?
Okay, maybe from operator can show the screen of Dr. Subhan Zain, please. Okay, wait a minute. The operator will show from here.
Because in my screen, the slides are very clear with different colors and pictures. So it's
Yeah,
kind of, this is my first time not having the slides shown in a presentation. What about this one? Can you see this picture?
On my device, still white.
So everything is white. Okay, I have different pictures to show, turtles and polar bear and others. Okay, yes,
so
that's the one.
operator show.
Okay. Can we go to the next slide? Just go forward to the following slides. I would like to see how other slides are presented.
Next slide, operator.
Yeah, please just scan through the following slides to check that all slides are clearly shown.
Di end show dulu, Mas. Di end show dulu, escape dulu. Di exit slideshow. Enggak. PowerPoint-nya yang di end show, jangan di full screen dulu. Mr. Zen want to see. Mau lihat dulu. Di share screen dulu, tapi jangan langsung slideshow. Okay, this one.
Yes, yes, that's right. Can you please go next to the following slides?
To the next slide, Mas. Klik. Okay.
Ya, terus. Keep going, terus.
Dicek dulu, lihat satu-satu gitu.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right. So it's got 22 slides, is that right? Ada 22 slides.
Okay.
So there are 22 slides, is that correct? Yeah, okay, right.
Yeah, until the end.
All right, great. Okay,
Okay.
All right, good. Let's get started then. Thank you. Let's go to the first slide, and then when I say next, please go to the next slide. Let's start from the first. Okay. Okay. All right, let's get started. Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for the opportunity. I would like to say that I'm grateful to the conference committee for providing me with the opportunity to speak at this Tegal International Conference on Multidisciplinary Studies. I think it's a great opportunity for us to learn about different things from different areas, just like the previous one that in which we were learning about the impact of COVID-19. And in this presentation, I would like to present something different, and that has to do with the relationship between language and environment. So the title of my presentation is Language Education for Environment Sustainability. I'm Subhan Zain from the Australian National University, and I'm here to present for about half an hour, and I'm happy to take questions as you may have. And for this presentation, I would like to make it as participatory as possible so that everyone could participate. So I would like to encourage everyone to unmute their speaker when I ask you questions, okay? All right, go to the next slide, please. Next. Yes, okay, so this is the overview of my presentation. There are several sections that I have in this presentation. The first one is climate change as something that has been scientifically proven and how it poses challenges to us. So we see climate change having lots of challenges to us in our daily lives, right? So how it brings challenges of our time. And then I would like to go into the next section, which is responsible language education, which basically is about how language education could address the issue of climate change. No, previous section, please. Yes, the second one. All right. And then the third one is language and environment issues in Indonesia. I would like to show how Indonesia is having these dual issues of language on the one hand and environment on the other. In other words, the issue of language endangerment and then the issue of environmental destruction. The fourth section that I would like to discuss is language education for environment sustainability, or what I call LEES or LEAS, right? The language education for environment sustainability is an idea that I have developed from scholarly research by other researchers. One of them is Professor Jason Gulosh, and he's got this idea of TESOL and language and environment. And I would like to bring this forward, right? To bring the implications of language education for environment sustainability in the context of Indonesia, which is relevant to many of us. And then the next bit would be the conclusion part, where I would like to conclude different ideas that I have already discussed in this presentation. And the last bit would be list of references. Go to the next slide, please. Next. Okay, so let's go to the first section of our presentation, and that is climate change, challenges of our time. Next. Halo Mas, nanti kalau saya bilang next, berarti lanjut ya. Okay, all right. So to all participants, I would like to show you this photo, and I would like to ask encourage your participation. In your own words, what do you see in this photo? So if you have an idea, then let me know. Just raise your hand, or you can just say it, and then after that we'll discuss the photo that we have here. What do we actually have in this photo? What do you think is actually happening? Can anyone share their ideas? You may write it in a chat, or you can just say it. Yes, a bear, obviously. What kind of bear? A polar bear, okay. Yes, and what is going on there?
Scary, maybe.
Sorry? Scared. So the bear is scared. Okay. Well, why do you think the bear is scared?
Because it's looking everywhere, but there's nothing other.
So the bear is alone. Or the bear is enjoying the snow. Do you think the bear seems to be enjoying the situation, or do you think the bear is scared with the situation? I mean, it's yes. Anyone else? There's no more ice. Yes, correct. There's no more ice. So as we know, where do you think this is happening? Is it somewhere near Tegal, somewhere in Kalimantan, or somewhere far away from us? Yes, the bear is scared, correct. Or is it somewhere close to the new Indonesian capital, Nusantara? Yes, far away from us. Where is it? North Pole, correct. Yes, it's happening somewhere in the North Pole, or probably in the South Pole, right? In the North Pole and the South Pole, there are lots of polar bears. That's why we call them polar bears, beruang kutub. Yeah, so that's the natural habitat of polar bears, right? They live in the poles, right? They live with ice, and usually, right, they are living in groups. Okay, so they're not living alone. They have their own communities, right? So actually, this bear has got This bear has got his friends. However, in this photo, the bear is alone. He has no more friends. He has no more place to live, right? So he has no more place to live. He has no more friends. His friends have probably died, and the environment where he lives, right? The environment where he lives has already been in destruction because, yes, correct. One of you has said it's kind of like global warming effect. Yes, exactly. So the environment, right? The pole has already been affected by global warming. The ice in the poles, right? Both the North Pole and the South Poles, the South Pole has melted. Okay. So the ice has melted, so that's why the bear has only got that bit of ice that's left. Okay, so that's a big issue. So this is a powerful photograph that's been taken, that was taken years ago, and this won the photo of the year at one time, right, at a photograph competition. So as we can see here, it's a powerful photo that shows us how destructive the impact of global warming is, right, affecting the life of polar bear. Go to the next slide, please. Next. Yes. So the melting of the ice in the North and the South Poles is not the only problem. However, as we can see in the following slides, there are also other effects. The first one is obviously pollution. So air pollution is happening everywhere. What I can show you here is a photo of a big industrial city in China, right? I wouldn't name the city to you, but as you can see, it's got this industrial complex, right, that brings lots of pollution to the air. And as we know, what's happening in China is also happening all over the world, right? In Indonesia, we have industrial complexes such as in Karawang and Bekasi, and the impact of pollution, right, is so severe, right, so that Jakarta in Indonesia is one of the most polluted cities in the world. And air pollution is not the only problem, because we also have garbage, right, going to the ocean. So that's why here we have a photo, right? What can you see in the photo? What kind of animal is it? Ocean. Yes, it's a turtle, right? So this turtle, as you can see, has plastic, right, in its mouth. And then turtles and other fish have got problems in terms of digesting food, because there are lots of plastic, tons and tons of plastics going on, right, in the ocean. And this plastic and other polluted goods have affected the food chains of the animals living in the ocean, and yes, with trash. And that's a big problem happening not just in Indonesia but also in other countries around the world. Go to the next slide, please. Okay, what do you see in these two pictures? What's the first one on top, on the right? Yes, there's a lot of trash, garbage, okay? As you can see, this is a photo of a region, right, just outside the city. So this is like a garbage dump area, right? This is taken from a city in England, right? Just somewhere outside a city in England where they have this major garbage dump. A garbage dump is an area where people just throw their garbage. In the Jakarta area, we have a place called, there's a place called Bekasi, right? That stores lots of garbage from people living in Jakarta and also Bogor. And this area of garbage dump has become problematic because it's causing health issues to people living in the surrounding area. And one of the big issues happening around the world now is how major developed countries such as the United States and England and Canada, and including Australia, have actually exported garbage to other third world countries, such as those in Africa. So that's why African countries are complaining, because their countries are being placed, right, as major garbage dump by Canada, by Australia, the United States, and England. And even in some parts of Indonesia, this is also happening. And it really causes endangerment to the environment. The next photo, what can you see here? What is actually happening?
Deforestation.
Correct, yes, deforestation. So deforestation is a major issue happening in countries with rainforests, right? Indonesia has got rainforests, and as we know, we have rainforests in some parts of Sulawesi, some parts of Papua, and the major one is in Kalimantan, right, in Borneo. And its deforestation rate in Indonesia, in Kalimantan in particular, the rate is very high, right, because deforestation is increasing rapidly. In Brazil, they've got the Amazon, and the Amazon is also having high rate of deforestation. The same thing happening in other countries, same thing happening in other countries in Africa, right? So Nigeria and Kenya are two of them, okay? So all of these issues that we are having, right? Garbage dump, deforestation, garbage in the ocean, air pollution, and also ice melting. These are all the impact of global warming. These are all the impact of environmental issue that we are currently having, right? Worldwide, not just in one country, but all over the world. Okay, go to the next slide, please. Yes, correct. So one of you commented that human activities are the root of this phenomenon, right? Causing environmental damage around the world. Yes, exactly. So now let's go to statistics, right? So we've got statistics here shown by the new ecologists. What do we have here in terms of numbers? So what is happening around the world is that more than 60,000 square miles of rainforests, right, are being destroyed every year, right? The major issue is happening in Brazil. Indonesia is third, if I'm not mistaken. There's one African country that comes second. Being third in this context is not something to be proud of, right? This is disconcerting. This is really concerning, right? This is something that we need to do something about, right? We need action. And actually what is happening is that if about 200 years ago, we still had 100% of the world's rainforest, now just within 200 years, 80% of them are gone, right? 80% of them have already been destroyed because of various human activities. One of them is palm oil, as in happening in Kalimantan and Sumatra. The US as a country now only has less than 4% of its forest, right? And in terms of garbage pollution, each of us, each person, every person in the world throws away approximately 4.6 pounds of garbage every single day. 4.6 pounds, that's equivalent to 2.3 kilograms. So you can imagine every day, that's how much pollution, garbage pollution that we're making. And that is devastating in terms of environmental impact. It's really saddening. It's a terrible fact. And then the other thing that's going on is that every ton of the recycled office paper saves about 380 gallons of oil. Okay, but the problem is that, do we really recycle? The idea of recycling things is already there, but it has not been done at a massive scale. In other words, we haven't really done it as a collective. We have just done it at individual level, and that's something that we need to improve, something that we need to do in the future. The problem with the garbage pollution happening in many countries around the world is that the garbage is there without being recycled, right? When in fact, scientifically, 80% of all household waste can be recycled. Okay, go to the next slide, please. Next. Okay, now in terms of emissions, as you can see here, emissions around the world in different sectors have increased rapidly from the decades of 1990, 2000, 2010, and up to 2020 now, right? In terms of energy, industrial processes, agriculture, and waste. The major one that you can see here is from energy. Coal is one problem, okay? Oil is another problem, right? In terms of emissions by sector from 2000 to 2011, transportation, manufacturing, and construction make up the two most polluting sectors, right? They make up more than 40% of the total emissions going up to our atmosphere. So manufacturing, construction, and transport. So that's why in many countries around the world, and this has been done in European countries such as Sweden, they've already got policies for electric car because they would like to reduce emission from the transport sector, right? And nowadays we are trying to remedy this by lowering the global emission to zero, right? The target is to make global emission net zero by 2050, okay? But this is a major challenge. It requires cooperation by all countries around the world. Unfortunately, not all countries are cooperative, right, in that regard, okay? But that's outside our discussion in this presentation. Now, let's go to the next slide, please. Okay, so having this all sad facts of our environment, then we only have two options, right? Within the next decades until 2050, right? These are the only two possible photos of our Earth, right? On the right, that's the kind of Earth that we're going to have in 2050 if we're not doing anything. If we are basically just going on with the current rate of pollution, with the current rate of environmental preservation. In other words, if we haven't done enough. In other words, if all the campaigns to save the environment, have not gone to the massive cycle, reaching all sectors, all elements of the population. We need to do something radical so that we can save the environment by 2050. What we have is the picture on the left, right, which is green with the sun shining, right, with the trees being healthy, right? And that's the kind of environment that we want to have, right? That's the kind of environment that we need to inherit to our children, okay? And we need to do something. The option is in us. and the action needs to be taken. So how do we do that? Go to the next slide, please. How do we do that? We do that with responsible language education. My background is in applied linguistics, and what is really major in my research is language education and language policy. The idea of responsible language education is suitable to the context of environmental destruction, which I would like to discuss further. Next, please. So responsible language education draws its root in the research of professors such as Jason Gulach and Katunich, Muller, and others, right? They initiated research in TESOL, and that is teaching English to speakers of other languages and climate change. So they were really concerned about how the TESOL field, okay, as an academic field, was not really responsive to climate change issues that have been happening around the world, okay? So that's why they proposed the idea of TESOL and environment education, something that has been initiated in the United States in several high schools and colleges, although this has not been done at national level, okay? Next. So the idea of TESOL and climate change brings TESOL and sustainability, and this draws an implication in terms of language education. And by language education, that's not specifically within the scope of English, right? So if TESOL is teaching English to speakers of other languages, then language education means the education of any languages, not just English. It's the education of Indonesian, the teaching of Indonesian, the teaching of indigenous languages, the teaching of Arabic, the teaching of French, the teaching of Spanish, all languages around the world, right? So responsible language education means the idea of addressing climate change challenges through the language classroom, right? So in other words, language education here, right, the teaching of languages is not only about language acquisition. It's not only about acquiring vocabulary. It's not only about learning grammatical rules, but also about utilizing climate change related topics in the language classroom. Okay, so when people learn English, right, they also learn about climate change topics. When people learn Indonesian, when students in the classroom learn Indonesian as a subject, they also learn about climate change. When students learn Javanese in the classroom, they learn about climate change issues. They see the connection, right, between Javanese language, okay, and climate change issues, okay, things that are happening in their environment, okay. So that's basically, right, the onus, that's basically the core of responsible language education, the main principle of responsible language education. Next slide, please. Okay, so what we need here is language education for environment sustainability, or at least the way forward for Indonesia. This is the next section that I would like to discuss. Next slide, please. Okay, language, and the first part of the section that I would like to show you is the relationship between language and environment issues in Indonesia. So on the one hand, in Indonesia, we have many issues in terms of environment. One of them that I'm showing you here is greenhouse gas emissions, right? Greenhouse gas emissions are on the rise. They are increasing every year from the year 2000, 2005, right? 2010 up to 2030. So as you can see here in the slide, it's very clear what's going to happen if business goes on as usual, right? So by 2030, then the greenhouse gas emissions would reach 3,000, okay? And at the same time, that means we're going to decrease by 29% if the current rate is going on, right? If we're not doing anything, if the campaign is still at an individual level. So that's a major issue with the greenhouse emission that is going to impact the river, is going to impact the soil, is going to impact the ocean, right? It's going to impact everything. It's going to make the ozone layers thinner. It's going to increase the temperature, right? That's why in Australia, in Europe, things are really, really hot at the moment. It's summer for people in Australia, right? And even in winter in Europe, it's much hotter than usual. So that's a major issue that's happening. And Indonesia is one of the countries in the world that's producing greenhouse gas emissions at a large scale. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, now at the same time, we also have the issue of dying or dead languages in Indonesia. In 1994, we had less than 50, probably around 16 languages at that time dying, right? In 2013, the number has increased rapidly, more than 150 languages. According to prediction, a mathematical and linguistic analysis by Karl Adenberg, it is estimated that by the year 2032, half of Indonesia's languages could disappear. They could become extinct, right? Because that would reach the number of more than 300. We have 707 languages in Indonesia, 707 individual living languages in Indonesia, according to research by Ethnologue, and 718 according to research by Badan Bahasa. So the difference in number notwithstanding, we have more than 700 languages in the country. However, half of them could disappear, right, within a decade. And that is a major issue. Now, what is the connection between language and the environment? We need to know that language and biodiversity are inextricably connected. They are very connected. They are very related. Why? Because languages are spoken by people. When people live in a certain area and the area itself is no longer sustainable, just like the people in Kalimantan, then they have to move out from their area. When they move out from their area, they live with different people. There are mixes of cultures, there are mixes of environment. They can no longer preserve their cultures, right? They can no longer preserve their cultures. They can no longer preserve their languages. Within time, many of them die, and these languages are no longer transmitted to children, okay? So when the environment is having destruction, when the environment is in destruction, the environment is no longer sustainable, people can no longer live in the environment, it could affect the preservation of languages of the people living in the environment. This has already been happening in Canada, right? This has also been happening in Australia and the United States. And it's also happening in Kalimantan and Papua, where they have hundreds of languages, and within 2 decades, tens of those languages have already disappeared, basically because of the building of palm oil plantation, okay? So the establishment of palm oil plantations in islands such as Papua and Kalimantan has been quite damaging for the preservation of indigenous languages of people in there, people speaking Bakumpai, people speaking Towei, Yotfu, those indigenous languages spoken in Kalimantan and Papua. Okay, and many of those people are usually old people, and these old people, when they no longer live in the environment, they have to move somewhere else, and they can no longer sustain, they can no longer preserve their cultures, they can no longer speak their languages. The languages cannot be transmitted to the young children, and when the old people die, right, and the languages can no longer be transmitted to the young people, to the children, then the languages just basically disappear. And that's a sad fact, because all those languages are basically the mirror and the storage, okay? The mirror and the storage of the richness of our cultures. So imagine if that happened that happens in 2032, right? That means half of Indonesian languages, half of Indonesian cultures would disappear. Okay, so what are we going to do about it? Let's go to the next slide, please. Okay, so what we need to do is, in terms of theoretical terms, we need lists for Indonesia. Language education needs to go beyond the metaphors of language ecology. This is a theory. Language ecology is a theory developed by Professor Einar Hogan and Professor Peter Mulhauser, revived by Professor Peter Mulhauser about 3 decades later. It's the idea of the connection between language and the environment, just like what I said earlier, right? How languages and the environment are very, very connected, okay? We need more than that. We need something radical. We need radical conceptualization for curriculum and pedagogy, right? And that needs to focus on the integration of learners' climate literacies. Learners need to know, right? They need to have good knowledge of what is going on in the environment, what is going on in terms of climate change. And this needs to be related to language acquisition, right? So that when the two are related, then we have this idea of eco-ethical consciousness, a term introduced by Professor Jason Gula, which basically means that when language acquisition builds up, right? Environmental awareness, okay? That relates to our morality, how our understanding of the environment shows the level of our morality. Okay, that's the idea of eco-ethical consciousness. And then I have a theory called revitalization planning, which focuses on the environment of the empowerment of indigenous people, right? When we empower indigenous people, when we build their environment, when we create some ways to preserve their cultures, then we empower them. When we give them knowledge, when we build their literacies, right? These are ways of empowering indigenous people. So when we do that, okay, this goes hand in hand with the maintenance of their languages and their cultures. Okay, that's basically the theory of revitalization planning that I developed in my book. So this idea of revitalization planning, okay, has something to do with awareness raising of eco-ethical consciousness. We need to go beyond revitalization planning because we need to ensure that the curriculum, okay, can build eco-ethical consciousness, how learners, how students in school, okay, could be aware, okay, of the importance of saving the environment from the most little things, okay, happening in their life, right? So that when they learn languages, when they learn their indigenous languages, when they learn Indonesian, when they learn Arabic as a foreign language, or when they learn English as a lingua franca, they have this eco-ethical consciousness. That's in terms of theory. Next slide, please. Next. Okay, so the statement of intent here is that at a time when the case of language endangerment is mounting, which is happening today, the nation Indonesia needs to shift the emphasis from teaching the national language, which has been going on for many decades, to indigenous languages such as Javanese, Sundanese, Pakumpai, Manado, Malay, and so on, right? In a way that ecological themes feature prominently in the curriculum. So anything that is related to ecological themes need to be included in the curriculum. They need to be included in teaching materials, right? Teaching materials, language lessons, and language assessment. This is a paradigm shift, okay? And requires a departure from an educational lens which promulgates biospheric degradation. Because in the past, we didn't really care about the environment. Nothing about the environment entered, right? Nothing of the environment enter language curriculum. Okay, so that's the kind of biospheric degradation that's happening, and the privation of environmental commons to one which counter both, right? So which counters both. So if we could just get everything in the curriculum, in pedagogy, in teaching materials, in the lessons, and language assessment, then hopefully this approach could counter the biospheric degradation and and the deprivation of environmental commons. Okay, next one, please. Next. Okay, so how do we do that practically? I offer 3 ideas based on research by these scholars, Muller, Gula, and Ayrod. One of them is called nature journaling. It's the idea of promoting nature connectedness with active experience of writing and drawing. And this can be done in students' first language, second language, or third language. So specifically, this can be done by students when we encourage them, right, to write about their experience with nature, how they are connected with nature. So teachers can ask students, can encourage students to write about their experience with nature, whether, for example, on the weekend they go to the lake, right? What did they experience in the lake? Did they go with their family? What they had in the lake, what they ate in the lake, what they saw in the lake, and so on. And then what they did in the lake in terms of preserving nature. So nature journaling is an idea that can be accomplished, that can be utilized in the classroom. And when students do that, they can do it in Javanese, they can do it in Sundanese, they can do it in any other indigenous languages they speak, right, or they write, okay? And also in Indonesian, as well as in English, if they're doing it in an English classroom, in an English lesson. The next one is climate vocabulary. These are words related to weather and climate change, and they may be introduced, right, in order to introduce climate change themes, okay? So learners from the very beginning will need to be able to learn about this climate change vocabulary, right? Things related to deforestation. What does deforestation mean? Okay, things related to global greenhouse emission. What does emission mean? Okay, in the classroom, these are part of the climate vocabulary. So when learners learn Indonesian, they learn about these words. When they learn indigenous languages, they also learn about these words. They need to find the equivalent in the indigenous languages, and then they find the equivalent in English and other foreign languages. The next one is place-based eco-pedagogy. This is something that has not been done. It's only been done in the US, I think, based on the research of this Professor Ayrod. It's basically about exploring the intricate linguistic, social, and spatial elements of place, right? So that language learning content has ecological issues. So practically speaking, that means in areas where we have lots of natural disasters, or where natural disasters occur frequently, okay, such as in Gunung Kidul or in the Gunung Merapi area, students in those areas need to learn about climate vocabulary. They need to learn about how words related to the environment have close connection to the preservation of the environment in their place in terms of maintenance of natural disaster. Okay, and they need to probably write journals about it. Okay, so that's the idea of place-based eco-pedagogy. Next slide, please. Okay, so now the conclusion is as follows. Next. So the first conclusion is that climate change is real. The challenges are also real. We need to do something. And in terms of language education, in terms of learning different languages in the classroom, we need to have responsible language education. Responsible language education must address climate change challenges in different areas, and lists here language education for environment sustainability is for Indonesia to help mitigate climate change and language endangerment. We cannot just focus on climate change. We cannot just focus on language endangerment. We need to have dual focus. In other words, we need to focus on both climate change and language endangerment at the same time. That's the end of my presentation. If we go to the next slide, then we'll find the list of references. Go to the next slide, please. Yes, so this is the list of references. If you're interested in exploring the idea further, then you can go and find ideas relevant to this presentation in these sources. Thank you very much for your presentation, and I welcome any questions you may have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. It's very impressive explanation from Mr. Subhansen. Yeah. Okay, that's a very interesting point about the language endangerment. Yeah. Maybe I want to share something also. Yeah. Maybe in our society, language endangerment, especially in Tegal. Yeah, in Tegal there are language endangerment. Actually, Javanese language is almost extinct, if I can say. Yeah, because as we know, when I was going to like a cafe or maybe in our campus, yeah, all for students communicate to each other, they almost never use Javanese or Tegal language. Yeah, maybe they maybe more confident or more comfortable by using Indonesia, but it's okay using Indonesia. But yeah, we have to preserve the local language. Yeah, I think, yeah, Mr. Subhansen.
Yes,
Because,
precisely.
Okay. Okay, yeah. So that's the presentation from Mr. Subhansen. And as what I said before, after the presentation from our two speakers, this is the time for the question and answer sections. And for the question, okay, already recapped by the operator. So
thank you.
for Mr. Zain and Mr. Feriji, okay, let's try to check the question. The first questions, okay, who is the sender, operator? Okay. The first questions for Dr. Subhan, yeah, my question is, how do we introduce the language related with environment issue, especially among youngers? What way fits to their age? Okay, this is for Dr. Subhan Zain.
Okay. All right, thank you very much for the question. This is a very difficult question to answer, to be honest. As I said, I have introduced three different ways, right? I have talked about three different ways to introduce language-related issues, environment-related issues in the language classroom. One of them is nature journaling. When it comes to young learners, and by this I mean, you probably mean students in SD and SMP, right? So what ways to fit their age? I think it has something to do with scaffolding, right? So introducing vocabulary in terms of level. So when we try to introduce different climate vocabulary, then we need to look at their level. Not everything needs to be introduced to students at lower levels, okay? The introduction needs to go according to their level of proficiency, right? So we need to ensure their level of proficiency. And then after that, once we know their level of proficiency, then we go to the climate vocabulary that we have, okay? So the climate vocabulary will identify, okay? Will identify whether those items, the words would be suitable to different levels of learners, okay? So for example, if we talk about words such as deforestation, all right, and we would like to introduce this word of deforestation to primary school children, probably that would be very difficult, right? Probably that would be very difficult because deforestation, morphologically speaking, consists of different parts, right? D, right, as a prefix, forest, okay, and then iron, right, as a suffix. And we need to dissect these elements before we come up with the word of deforestation. It would be difficult linguistically, right, for children in grade 1 or grade 2 to understand what deforestation means, okay? However, they would know that deforestation is an issue without actually knowing the word deforestation. They would just know problem like, forest disappearing, okay? So students in grade 1 would learn issues related to forest disappearing as an idea, okay? But they don't go there really deeply. They go there at a higher level. For example, when they are in grades 5 and 6, right? Then they know that forest disappearing is an environmental issue, and the word for that is deforestation. Okay, so I hope that answers your question.
Okay, enough, yeah. Okay,
Yes.
thank you for answering the first questions, and maybe we move next questions. Okay.
Okay.
Let me read the question first.
Sure. Yeah.
Associate Professor Jiferiji from Imam Hassan. Okay. How do distributor companies survive? In Indonesia, many are closed, even though this service has potential. Okay.
Yeah. It's a very good question. So in terms of distributors, if you look at the supply chain model, you can see we got factories, right? And we got distribution center, and you got supermarket or retail outlets. Now, what I can see, if distributors close, the only way supermarket can work with factories directly or with manufacturer. So the role of distributors very important to distribute the product from factories to other supermarket or to other retailers. So how the distributor company needs to survive? They need to work collaboration very closely with manufacturer. Number two, they need to have a backup planning in terms of getting workers. If the workers actually got COVID, they need to have a casual worker to work on, that operation in the distribution itself. And number three, what I suggest for distribution company, they need to try to get any opportunities, such as any funding available, like say, for example, in Australia, or maybe perhaps Indonesia, I'm not quite sure whether what is the role of the government can support the economy or businesses, in particular logistics sector or distributions like company itself. So I think the last opportunity you can see is seeking opportunities, and you need to redesign your business model perhaps, and perhaps you might see that rescoping or maybe restructure your distribution, because before COVID, your business model slightly changed. Now with the COVID or post-COVID, is you need to think about it. The structure, design the business model might be changed. So you have to consider all those stuffs, okay, in order to answer the question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Mr. Imam Hassan, is it clear for the answer? Maybe you can give a reaction for the... Okay. Okay, so move to the next questions, maybe. Okay, thank you from Imam Hassan on the chat box. And then the third questions for Prof. Feriji from Prasetya Cahya. Very nice presentation about SCM in the pandemic era, and I think SCM is one of business process that very effective in pandemic. My questions, what do you think about the effective in retail business, like you show in the video, especially in Indonesia related with SCM process? Thank you and nice to meet you.
Okay, thank you very much. Very good question in terms of retail. So the only problem, if you see the video, because of consumer panic buying, the only the restrictions, what situation when the government called for the lockdown, the communities try to drive very quickly to reach out the supermarket to buy what they want very quickly. That's very quickly empty shelf, right? So this is very important in terms of the retail business outlets need to think about it in supply and demand. They need to work collaboration with suppliers. They need to have a lot supplier to work on. Unfortunately, they cannot rely on one supplier. It's a one supplier collapse. And the thing is, it's so difficult, the retail or supermarket actually selling the product because you rely on only one supplier. Now, try not rely onto the global international supply chain, because the transportation time, with the COVID, because it's going to be delayed, you have to think about it to rely on the domestic, supply. Okay. And then the last, actually, what I suggest in terms of the retail outlet, you need to manage inventory or stock level. Very, very important to see the forecasting inventory decision. You need to work it out in terms of what supply demand, because if you look at the trend of forecasting that particular product is problem during pandemic, and you look at, oh, what's going on with my supplier, all the worker got Omicron and they shutting down, and it's going to be effect for the next week, because they can't produce, and you place the order, and then the product is going to be empty shelf very quickly in your supermarket or in your retail shop. So that's the problem. And the customer come to the shop and they cannot get product, and what you're going to do? You can't sell anything. You cannot get any revenue. You cannot get any sales, because there's supply problem. Okay, so that's something you need to think about it. Inventory, you need to work very closely with suppliers. And number three, think about it in terms of the timeliness, transportation, and working very closely with the transport and logistic companies. Make sure they deliver the product on time, not delay. And number four, the retail need to have rules. Say, for example, in Australia, if you only purchase, say, for example, rice, you on one per customer only purchase, say, for example, 2 package of rice, because otherwise customer, oh, I want to buy 10, you know, and when you scan more than 2, and unfortunately you cannot get more than 2, right? So they have a limited, you know, quantity per customer, right? So this is something to control the inventory level. Because I remember in 2020, or even towards the end of 2021, when Omicron's, you know, having problem in New South Wales as well as Victoria, and a lot of supermarket have a restriction, limited. So customer only purchase, say, for example, 1 liter of milk, and maybe 2 eggs, maybe with pasta, maybe with the Panadol. Even Panadol, you cannot purchase more than, like, you know, 5 boxes Panadol, say, for example. So one customer only purchase maximum 1 or 2 boxes Panadol. So that's very good question. It's very practical question. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you for answering the questions from Prasetya Cahya. Is it clear for Prasetya Cahya?
Looks like very quiet.
Okay, let's go to next questions. Hello, operator. Okay, next questions. Okay, still for Prof. G. From Slamet Wiono, in the long term, combined and connected technologies will unlock new mechanisms for creating and distributing value. What kind of curriculum should universities prepare?
Yeah, very good questions in terms of the curriculum. The pedagogical curriculum, you know, need to be updated. So this is something what we're looking at, what particular industry, you know, the stakeholders or industries expectations in terms of what they particularly want to graduates, to recruit the graduate students from university. So I think number one, as a course or program directors need to update and review the curriculum every 2 or 3 years. In Australia, pretty much every 3 years. And then number two, by looking at the trend and the projection of the connected technology, or the, you know, what kind of the value proposition for the industry. So that particular industry really wants when the graduates want to apply the job, right? Okay, so after you review, and you need to have better understanding the framework, what I mentioned before, in terms of the connected technology. And then number three, to make sure any particular curriculum you want to teach students in a higher education or vocational or vocational study or VET, education training, you really need to see what technological available, especially when you, have engineering students or information technology or computer science. You really need to see what the trend of technology to make sure when the student finish degree, bachelor degree, and they need to understand what is the artificial intelligence or cybersecurity or, Internet of Things, for example. Now, the only problem if the university never updates the curriculum and the way they're teaching the old technology, and this is something is a very dangerous, because what happened, the students actually, when they finish the degree and they have no idea. And then what happened, they apply the job, and even though you're smart, even though you got GPA 3.5 or GPA close to 4.0, whatever, unfortunately, the curriculum, what you just learn at classroom, is something is very old, because we talk about technology need to be updated. And number 4, need to work very closely with industry. This is what we call work integrated learning curriculum. In Australia, it's a very popular what we call WIL, work integrated learning. It means that we're working very closely with industry. So students be able to work with the internship between, 4 weeks and, 3 months, for example. And the second year student or the third year student, say, for example, my student having job internship usually during summer school or, before start semester 1. This is something we need to look at work integrated learning into the curriculum. Okay. So to make sure, I'm sure actually like Politeknik Harapan Bersama, I'm sure actually you produce the graduates like student actually work ready, because the Polytechnic. Okay, this is really, we want that the company to recruit students from Polytechnic, right? So Harapan Bersama like from Tegal. So the student finish and they can work, and exactly they can work, say for example, you're working in a mining company or oil and gas or manufacturing or hospitals or even teaching at school, say for example, your teachers, your trainers or your lecturers need to make sure the student actually having symbol of work ready. So ECU has a what we call symbol is a work ready. It means that we want to produce graduate student to work globally, right? Not only working in Western Australia itself or working in the States, but also the student be able to work globally. Okay, that's what we call work ready. So I think this is something very good research, even though if you want to do thesis or master by research, or even for your thesis for bachelor degree, that's something you can develop something. This is very, very good project in terms of what kind of curriculum. This is what we call pedagogical curriculum, okay? So it depends what background you have, right? Pak Selamat Wiono, if your background in education, then maybe you can think about it. If your background in engineering, so we need to see what particular discipline, okay? So hopefully I answer your question, but more than happy to have a chat. But if you can receive my WhatsApp, so anyone, if you want to ask further questions, so you can reach me in email or WhatsApps, okay? Thanks.
Okay. Thank you for answering the questions from Mr. Slamet Wiono. The next, still another
Hello,
questions.
moderator. I have a question from one of the participants in the chat. Can I answer that?
Okay, it's okay, Mr. Zain.
Yeah, I'm sorry. There's one that I find really interesting from Miss Ramatika Dewi, and that has to do with CAB, which is knowledge, attitude, and behavior. Can everyone see it in the chat section?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So she's wondering whether or not we, as English teachers, need to explore students' consciousness, and in this regard, that's a knowledge, attitude, and behavior. First, towards climate change concept before implementing LEAS, And the answer is yes. The simple answer is yes, especially with the age of social media when we have misinformation, right? There's a lot of misinformation circulating in society with regard to climate change, where people actually doubt, right, the impact of climate change, where they doubt that climate change is real. They don't believe in climate change. They don't think that it is scientific, and they just distrust the scientists, right? We need to know whether this ideology is circulating within the society where students live, right? Especially when they have strong ideology against climate change, then we need to do something gradually, right? We cannot just change everything overnight. We need to ensure that students have, at least neutral idea about what climate change means, okay? In some areas, in the United States, for example, there are people, okay, who have disbelief, okay, against climate change. Even the previous president of the United States didn't believe in climate change, and he has lots of supporters, right? Even in Australia, in Melbourne, Professor G, you may know this, right? How people in Melbourne, some people in Melbourne are against climate change, how they disagree with the idea of climate change, and how they think that COVID is conspiracy, okay? So we have this misinformation going on. We have to eradicate the misinformation first. That's the first thing we need to do, right? So eradication of misinformation needs to be done in areas where students, where society, has misinformation circulating, because this could affect the children, this could affect the students. And then later on, once, if in the area, the society basically has no knowledge about climate change, then that's the part where we need to introduce them, show them movies, right? The Inconvenient Truth by Al Gore and other environmental friendly movies, right? That could bring people's awareness, that could increase their awareness of the importance of climate change, and then get them all together, right? The students together to discuss the movies, okay? After showing excerpts, parts of the movies, then get them to discuss the movies, and then select particular items from the movies that have noticeable or interesting language items. And that would be the part where students learn about vocabulary, okay? And the vocabulary may be in English or in Arabic or any other languages that the students are learning. And then if they're learning that in accordance with indigenous languages, right, dengan bahasa pribumi, then they may need to find the equivalent, okay, of deforestation in Sundanese, of deforestation in Malay, of deforestation in Javanese, Maduris, and other languages. That would be fun, right, if it can be done properly. So yes, the knowledge, attitude, and behavior of the students needs to be assessed first. We need to know this, the ideology of the students, whether they have misinformation circulating in society, how to eradicate it, and how to offer some practical ideas that can be implemented in the classroom. I guess that's my answer to the question. Thank you for the opportunity.
Okay, thank you for answering Ms. Rahmatika's questions. Okay, maybe for the last, Prof. Feriji, you want to answer also the questions from Ms. Rahmatika for the last?
Is it the last we got some slide, I think, before Ibu Rahmatika? That's the questions.
On the chat box?
No, before the chat box, you know, the operator, that's the screen. Maybe I can answer first that one, and afterwards Ibu Rahmatika.
Okay, one more question before the Rahmatika. Yes, please.
Yeah.
Operator, share the...
Otherwise, we forgot to answer that questions. If we have time, so hopefully I can just have about 5 or 6 minutes. Yeah, so this question from, how we say, basic Irna. What is the difference between supply chain, purchasing, management, procurement? So supply chain consists of purchasing, transportation, procurement, outsourcing, and it is management. So, so the short answer is purchasing, procurement, they're all part of the supply chain management. So supply chain is a philosophy, a supply chain is a discipline. So under supply chain consists of several activities. So if you look at upstream, we have purchasing, we have procurement activities, and we have transportation, as well as so supply chain management. We talk about, say for example, your question about management. So management consists of, we have operational management, we have financial management, we got accounting, we a cost management, say for example. So different types of management, but the short answer, those purchasing, procurement, they're all part of the supply chain management. Okay, the next question, please.
The last questions, maybe, because we have limited time.
Sure.
So we will read from the chat box. The last question.
Ibu Ramatika, that's the last one, I think.
Last one on the chat box.
Sure. Okay, so Ibu Ramatika, thank you very much for the interesting presentation, for your presentation, talking about upskilling, reskilling workers for post-COVID pandemic era. I'm also interested in this research area, especially in Indonesia, by which now I'm researching Indonesian university graduates' career trajectories amidst COVID-19 pandemic in Indonesia. So I just want to know your view about what should university as one of the parties involved in the workforce transformations and the government over services for this generation. Very good question. So first thing you need to look at that particular your project. So so our objective is workforce, right? So if you look at workforce, I totally agree with the word transformation. Okay, the workforce transformation. So even I'm writing a paper about supply chain transformation and supply chain digitalization. So what particular you can look at, you need to propose the framework, okay, before you need to assess that framework first, because when we talk about workforce transformation, and then you need to look at other stakeholders such as government, universities, even you can see so many like academics, scholars, students, administrative staff, you can see different types of the stakeholders. And then after government, university, well, it depends, right? In Indonesia, you got like state university or public university like Undip, UGM, UI, all those things, ITB. Even Politeknik, I believe that's the belong to government, I believe. We got quite few actually independents, like, private universities, like, say for example, like Atmajaya, right? Pendekatan Harapan University in Banten, for example. So depends actually you look at, because that's a government or university, and also you can see the third stakeholder is industry. Okay, so you need to look at triple helix framework: government, as a university itself, and then industry. So this is what we call triple helix. But I assume the project is more about national. But if you look at more project about international, then you need to look at strategic benchmark with other universities such as in Asia Pacific or Europe or USA. Again, you need to look at any similarity curriculum what you have in Indonesia compared to Australia. So the curriculum is slightly different, but the Indonesia model, the curriculum slightly similar what we have in the United States, like similar like what we have in Singapore, for example. Okay, but I'm not talking about the level of the measure of the curriculum itself, but I just look at in terms of the credibility, and also the trends. The curriculum is slightly similar in the United States curriculum process. Now, that's number one. You need to look at the proposed framework first in terms of the graduate career trajectories during COVID. But again, just be careful, because if WHO said that COVID is slightly finish very quickly. And this is something you need to think about it in terms of the data when you collect the data, because you mentioned about during a COVID pandemics in Indonesia. So we need to see the trend of your publication as well. You just need to think about it, because who knows, after 2025, any journal papers about COVID-19 is no longer, because we don't have any COVID anymore, maybe after 2025. So we need to be careful the way, because we we can't predict what's going on after 2022, right? But if 2025 no COVID, but any papers, any research related COVID maybe is outdated. Maybe they just find different trend of topic. So you have to think about it as well in terms of publication later on, because now, even in the next 12, 14 months, I think for COVID-19 special issue for the journal slightly decline. They're just getting bored already, doing research project on paper in COVID. So I think number one is proposed framework, and number two, you need to look at triple helix framework. We look at the government, universities, as well as industry involvement. And then number three, you can see, because this is the key research question, is about the workforce, okay? So you need to develop more survey, okay? But survey, you need to check in terms of the cluster research method, because survey is that bachelor degree graduates or master degree graduate, because in Indonesia, quite so many people finish master degree, right? So many people finish Politeknik, say for example, even D4, D3, yeah? So when you distribute the survey, it's slightly different, right? When you distribute survey like Politeknik dengan orang yang tamatan master degree, right? You need to look at what particular requirement and expectation and the research question for the workforce. You with me? And then I can suggest you with the topic, you can introduce benchmarking approach, because so many this project actually already completed somewhere in Europe, US, or even in Australia. I think my colleagues from University of Western Australia and Monash University, they're doing similar like what you mentioned about workforce transformation, okay? So I'm more than happy, Ibu Ramatika Dewi, to have a chat. So I just giving you all my WhatsApp's number. If you have any question, this is the time for us to engage, right? So to do research collaboration, how we work together, and interested your research project, how we work together. Can we publish together? So at the end of the day, we want to get more papers, right? More research in Indonesia to get good accreditation, good quality university, or good ranking university in Indonesia. So I think I just want to finishing off, just want to return back to moderator. So once again, thank you so much. It is a wonderful international conference in Tegal. So I'm sorry I cannot visit you, even though we can just meet virtually, but I really want to visit Tegal one day, so after pandemic, okay? So from Semarang, basically, so I love Semarang's very, every year before pandemic, I normally visit Undip, Diponegoro, and then in Tembalang campus, and Peleburan campus, and as well as ITS Surabaya, dan juga Pajajaran Bandung, dan juga Polines, ya, Polines Negeri Semarang, dan juga saya pernah juga ke sana. So thank you so much. Sorry, too much talking. It's over 4 minutes now. I've written back to Pak Moderator. So thank you so much. So all the best to you all. So have a wonderful conference for the rest of the conference. And I would like to say Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay. Thank you for all of the speakers and all of the participants that have asked questions for our speakers. And because our limitation of time, yeah, so this is the end of the first half of second plenary session, because we will have a break for a while after this one. And thank you for Dr. Subhansen, also Dr. Feriji, for all the presentation you have shared for the participants.
Okay. Thank you for the opportunity. All the best, everyone.
Okay,
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay, I hope all of the presentation have a beneficial for us and have a good knowledge for us. Okay, because the next is the break time, I will give back to our main host, Miss Hannah. Okay, for Miss Hannah, I throw back to you. Okay.
Well, thank you very much for the speakers and Mr. Arif for moderating the second plenary session. Dear ladies and gentlemen, we will have around 40 minutes break for lunch, and at 1:30 p.m. there will be video presentation session or parallel session in Zoom rooms, and also special plenary session from our keynote speaker, Dr. Salahuddin Sandiaga Uno, BBA, MBA, as Minister of Tourism and Creative Economy. And also we would like to inform you that parallel session will start at 2 p.m. Please refer to your division to which room you belong to. And have a good lunch, everyone. See you on next session.
Aku pulang, lepaskan semua rasa yang terpendam di dada.
Dalam keheningan berbalut samudra yang tenang, aku pulang, merindukan kota kelahiranku, sekaligus dia yang merenggut separuh jiwaku. 3 tahun berlalu jauh dari ketenangan, seakan hari tidak kujalani, hanya kekosongan yang tidak berdasar. Aku harus pulang. Aku ingat malam itu, wajah kota tua yang tetap cantik, yang tidak menghiraukan usia, membuatku lekat-lekat menatapnya. Menatap dia yang juga cantik memenuhi jiwaku sepenuhnya. Adista, aku memanggilnya. Tidak hanya nama, namun jiwa indah dan murni dari seorang manusia. Desir angin menerpa wajahku memberikan sedikit demi sedikit kelegaan. Aku dalam perjalanan pulang. Kulihat riuh ombak bercorak-corak, seakan membentuk motif menghiasi samudra. Seperti saat itu, ketika Adista mengajakku mengunjungi sentra batik di Kelurahan Bandung, Kecamatan Tegal Selatan. Sungguh cantik, secantik dirinya yang kurindukan. Alunan lembut kapal yang kunaiki mengingatkanku kembali saat siang itu dia membawaku mengunjungi kawasan kelenteng yang bersejarah di kota Tegal. Sungguh aku tenggelam dalam senyumnya, kelembutannya, keceriaannya. Hari menyenangkan itu berlanjut ketika aku dan dirinya bersantai di Taman Tegal Sari. Suasana yang rindang dan sejuk membuat waktu-waktu yang kuhabiskan bersamanya terasa cepat. Menjelang sore hari, tak terasa kita berdua sampai di Dukuh Kajongan, salah satu desa wisata di kota Tegal yang terkenal akan alamnya yang masih asli, dan perahu penyeberangannya yang bersama kita naiki sore itu. Aku masih bisa merasakannya. Sekarang, ketika dia bersender di bahuku, kemudian sambil menyambut datangnya senja, Pantai Muara Reja menjadi pelabuhan terakhir hari itu. Desir angin yang menerpa rambut indahnya segera membentuk senyum cantik di wajahnya yang sudah seharian ini selalu berseri-seri. Angin laut yang bertiup sejak pagi ini tidak mampu membuat hatiku yang semakin berdebar untuk berangsur tenang. Apalagi ketika kenangan membawaku saat aku mengajaknya menghabiskan waktu akhir pekan untuk bermain di tapak. Sungguh, aku merasakan kebahagiaannya. Karena aku juga merasakannya.
Lepaskan semua rasa yang terpendam di dada. Sejauh apapun kakiku melangkah, dia pasti tahu jalan pulang ke rumah. Selalu punya cara untuk menerima, membuka tangan selalu untuk membuat cerita yang baru.
Dan akhir pekan itu sungguh lengkap. Malam harinya Adista tampak sangat bersemangat. Aku bisa merasakan kegirangannya ketika dia mengajakku untuk menonton film yang sudah dinantikannya. Aku sungguh merindukannya. Saat ini, tidak ada satu kata pun selain pertemuan dengannya yang bisa mengungkapkan apa yang kurasakan. Hari itu, aku ingat ketika dia bersepeda berkeliling kota Tegal dan mengunjungi salah satu pusat oleh-oleh yang menyediakan berbagai macam jajanan. Adista sungguh ceria dan aku pun begitu terpukau pada senyumannya. Siang harinya, Adista mengajakku untuk makan siang di warung sate kambing Wendy's yang terkenal di kota Tegal. Aroma sate yang lezat segera menyambut ketika aku dan Adista tiba. Aku masih bisa merasakan lembut wajahnya ketika aku usap noda kecap pada ujung bibirnya yang tersenyum manis. Sungguh hari itu begitu kurindukan. Tak terasa ketika itu, malam pun tiba dan langkah kali ini membawaku bersamanya untuk menghabiskan malam di sebuah kafe cantik di kawasan kuliner Citraland Tegal. Suasana kafe yang nyaman dengan sajian minumannya yang khas membuatku dan dirinya semakin betah bercengkrama sambil menikmati malam indah itu.
Berbeda tak seperti manusia lainnya.
Aku bisa melihat matahari yang sekarang tampil menyibak laut dan selimut awan. Seperti Adista yang selalu menjadi matahari dalam hatiku. Sungguh aku merindukan kehangatannya. Hari itu, hari yang hangat. Aku dan Adista bersepeda mengelilingi kawasan alun-alun dan Taman Pancasila. Ada perasaan kagum dan takjub setiap kali aku melintas. Sebagian sejarah panjang kota Tegal bercerita di sini, melebur dalam perkembangan zaman yang bergerak maju, namun tetap berjalan pada nilai-nilai warisan leluhur. Tidak ada lagi yang merindukan selain Adista yang melebur menjadi satu jiwa dengan kota Tegal. Semakin dekat kapal ini membawaku pulang, itu juga angin yang semakin deras mengalir membawaku bersama Adista ketika kita bersama mengunjungi pantai alam indah. Pagi itu, aku dan Adista duduk di depan monumen bahari dan berjalan di sepanjang trotoarnya, menikmati kemegahan monumen bahari yang menyimpan sejarah angkatan laut di kota Tegal. Aku ingat ketika kita berdua berdiri memandangi laut, wajah Adista yang cantik dengan senyuman yang berkah. Sesaat Adista mengajakku untuk mengunjungi dermaga apung yang terletak tidak jauh dari pantai. Di situ kita berdua duduk bersama, saling melontarkan canda dan tawa. Ketika hari menjelang sore, aku dan Adista berkunjung di pantai Pulau Kodok. Aku ingat di situ banyak sekali spot menarik untuk berfoto, dan segera aku menggandengnya, merasakan lembut jemarinya ketika ku genggam, dan ku bawa ke sebuah anjungan cantik kecil persis di pesisir pantai. Sungguh, aku bahagia bersamanya. Walaupun aku harus tetap memberitahukan berita ini. Berita yang sangat berat kusampaikan. Aku tidak tega mengatakan ini kepada Adista. Dan tentunya ini juga akan menyakiti diriku sendiri. Sore itu, aku dan Adista berada di pantai Komodo. Sejenak, hatiku berdebar hebat, dan dadaku terasa sesak ketika mengutarakannya. Aku bisa melihat jelas kekecewaan pada wajahnya. Aku coba menenangkannya dengan kata-kata. Walaupun tenggorokanku terasa tercekik. Apa yang sudah kulakukan? Aku tidak percaya aku mengatakan semua hal ini kepadanya. Sungguh ini terjadi. Sore itu di depan stasiun kota Tegal, aku menyakitinya. Entah apa yang kupikirkan, Tapi yang jelas kulakukan adalah meninggalkannya. Ketika ku peluk erat dirinya, ku hirup dalam-dalam wangi tubuhnya. Wangi itu, wangi yang selalu menghantuiku selama ini. Aku masih bisa merasakan kekecewaan yang dalam di mata Adista. Dan kekecewaan itu tetap mengikutiku, walaupun aku telah pergi meninggalkannya.
Tak seperti manusia lainnya. Aku rindu berharap kau pun begitu. Semua rasa yang terpendam di dada. Sejauh apapun kakiku melangkah, dia pasti tahu jalan pulang ke rumah. Selalu punya cara untuk tangan selalu untuk membuat cerita yang baru. Aku rindu berharap kau pun begitu. Aku pulang, lepaskan semua rasa yang terpendam di dada. Sejauh apapun kakiku melangkah, dia pasti tahu jalan pulang ke rumah. Selalu punya cara untuk menerima. kamu. Setiap langkah yang kutempuh, sebentar lama, dekat atau jauh, tak ada yang bisa gantikan semua rasa yang telah kau berikan. Walau rentang jarak dan waktu, bayangmu selalu membuatku rindu. Caramu memandang dunia berbeda, tak seperti manusia lainnya. Aku rindu berharap kau pun begitu. Aku lepaskan semua rasa yang terpendam di dada. Sejauh apapun kakiku melangkah, dia pasti tahu jalan pulang ke rumah. Selalu punya cara untuk menerima, membuka tangan selalu. Oh, oh.
Belajar adalah kebebasan. Dimanapun, kapanpun, apapun situasinya, semua bisa dipelajari. Menentukan tempat belajar adalah pilihan. Seperti menentukan arah dan tujuan hidup. Arah yang tepat adalah kepuasan batin. Berat sih, tapi untuk meraih hasil maksimal perlu perjuangan, perlu pengorbanan. Proses itu layaknya perjalanan. Ada kalanya kita menemukan persimpangan, jalan berkelok, ataupun tanjakan terjal. Berhenti bukan pula berarti sampai. Karena di pemberhentian, ada arah yang harus ditempuh. Pilihan yang tepat adalah awal dari keberhasilan. Semua bebas diraih, semua bebas digapai. Bebas untuk berinovasi, bebas untuk belajar dengan mandiri dan kreatif. Sportivitas harus dijaga. Itu perilaku mulia. Nilainya lebih bermakna. Dari hidup dan kehidupan. Budi pekerti adalah kunci. Tutur sapa adalah jiwa. Sikap dan disiplin tinggi meraih prestasi.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that was a company profile from Politeknik Harapan Bersama. And before we continue our session, I would like to greet Mr. Sandiaga Uno. Welcome to Tegal International Conference on Multidisciplinary Studies 2022, Pak.
Thank you very much for inviting me, and hope you all have very good lunch with Warung Tegal, the first innovations with touchscreen.
Okay, that's a good idea, Pak, because we can choose anything we want by touching the screen, ya, Pak.
Yes,
Well,
you don't need your iPad. Just touch the screen and you will get the food that you order.
Yes, precisely. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now we will have Dr. Sandiaga Salahuddin Uno, BBA, MBA, to deliver his speech. And thus, I would like to invite Mr. Arif once again. To Mr. Arif, time is yours.
Okay, welcome back again with me, with Arif. So, okay, for this second half of this second plenary session of the Tegal International Conference, at our first session, we have done with our invited speaker, were Mr. Subhan Zain, PhD, and also Mr. very G PhD. Those are from the Australia. And then for this second half of this plenary session, we will have our keynote speaker. So please welcome His Excellency Minister Sandiaga Salahuddin Uno as the Minister of Tourism and Economics Creative of Indonesia. Okay, let's say hello to Mr. Sandi. Hello.
Hello, thank you very much for having me and good to see you all.
Okay, how are you today?
I'm fine. I just had my lunch and I ate balado terong, which is a common food served by Warung Tegal in front of my house.
Okay, so is it a warteg in front of your house, really?
Yes, but with the new technology, they are now in a car. So they only sell between 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. And normally they will sold out their food by 1 p.m. So it's Warung Tegal on the move, WOM or WOM, Warung Tegal on the move.
So I think the warteg is the real fast food, yeah?
Very fast. They can go 60 kilometers an hour.
Okay, we just touch and the food is already served for us. Okay.
Exactly, and it's also on the wheel now, and it's moving everywhere to the locations. It's the predecessor of food truck.
Okay. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, please welcome for the keynote speech from our Minister, Mr. Sandiaga Uno. The time is yours.
Thank you very much, moderator. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Good afternoon for all of you from Jakarta, Central Jakarta, just in front of Monas, where I can see the National Monument. And thank you for inviting me to the first Tegal International Conference on Multidisciplinary Studies, or TIC-MS 2022, with the theme of engaging the essential work of cross-disciplinary research and sustainable innovations. My very good friend, His Excellency, Chair of the Board of Trustees of Harapan Bersama Foundation, Dr. Sudirman Said, SE, MBA, Chair of Harapan Bersama Foundations, Pak Nizar Suhendra, SE, MPP, the Secretary of Harapan Bersama Foundation, Mrs. Yusni Irawati, the Treasurer of Harapan Bersama Foundation, Mr. Abdul Aziz, the name is similar to my father-in-law, Director of Politeknik Harapan Bersama, Mr. Agung Hendarto, SE, MA, and all the Board of Vice Director, Pak Azmi, my very good friend, all the speakers and academics from other university, including, I want to say hi to, from Australia, Mr. Ferry G. Thank you very much for saying hi from
You're welcome, Pak
University. How are you, sir?
Very well, thank you, Pak Menteri. Nice meeting you.
Good day. Good day.
Good day.
Thank you, and also distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, together with Pak Franz Teguh, who is my senior advisor for sustainable development and conservations. We're very delighted today that we have been invited to this very, very prestigious conference, and I would like to express my sincere thank you for the, I guess, the warm welcome that I have received from all of you. Let us offer our praise and gratitude to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, God Almighty, for His grace and blessings. We are still given the opportunity to be able to gather in the first Tegal International Conference. And we are indeed very, very delighted that we are in 2022 looking optimistically to the recovery of our economy post-pandemic. In this very volatile with uncertain and complexity as well as ambiguity. We call it the VUCA normal, or volatility, uncertainty, complexity, ambiguity as a new normal situations. Our sector, the tourism and creative economy sectors, actually are being viewed as the main instruments to achieve SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals, by transforming inclusive, quality, and sustainable policies, strategies, and programs, and ensuring that no one left behind. Together with UNWTO, the United Nations World Tourism Organizations, and other international organizations and communities, all countries have committed to achieving 17 SDGs by 2030. From this commitment, each country, organizations, and community formulates and encourages the implementations of various strategies, policies, and programs to reach sustainable development. Sustainable tourism is a strategy for developing tourism and the creative economy because it has a long-lasting impact on the environment, society, culture, economy for the present and the future, both for local communities and tourism. It also puts forward social principles where communities around tourist destinations can and should be involved. I underline, can and should be involved in the efforts to revive, recover, thrive, and empower local potentials. In accordance with the development focus and commitment in achieving the SDGs, we encourage the applications of the concept of community-based tourism, CBT, as one of the developments of tourism in Indonesia. Sometimes we call it DEWI, Desa Wisata, or tourism village. One concrete example of the successful implementations of community-based tourism, or DEWI, is the Ngelanggeran Tourism Village in Yogyakarta. Recently awarded as one of the best tourism village 2021 by UNWTO. I hope one day that Tegal will also be able to win the tourism village of the world, or best tourism village, in the years to come. Because I see the potentials in Tegal and the surrounding areas. Ladies and gentlemen, on January 7, 2022, the government launched the carbon footprint and offsetting program in collaborations with the Jejak.in platform in order to strengthen the reputations of tourism and the creative economy ahead of Indonesia's G20 presidency. Simply, as we travel into tourist destinations in the www.indonesia.travel, you can actually offset the carbon that you have used by engaging in activities in the destinations that will be environmental friendly and will engage in the conservation's work. Or you could choose to donate some of the expenditures required for preservation's program. And therefore, we are very delighted that the Generation Z millennials will be part of the implementations, and it is expected to increase the value of reputations and public trust in the tourism sector, as well as strengthen the climate-friendly tourism movement and realize a low carbon and sustainable destinations. The government encouraged innovations as the key to the development of the tourism sectors and the creative economy that is able to answer problems and in achieving sustainable development goals, and also encourage collaborations with pentahelix stakeholders, the community, academia, such as yourself, industry, government, and media, to produce effective and efficient ideas followed by innovative programs and policies. After all, this sector is multidisciplinary in nature that require cross-sectional knowledge and experience sharing of its best practices. College or university is a center of knowledge, center of excellence, and center of entrepreneurship, and entrepreneurship foster leadership. So, collaboration is highly expected to be able to provide input and recommendations for the government in formulating evidence-based and data-driven policies and programs that can have meaningful impact to the society in achieving sustainable development. It is time for tourism and creative economy sector to rise again, not only to survive, but revive and thrive with their socio-economic contributions to make real, sustainable, long-lasting impact on the creations of a healthy and happy society, provisions of job opportunities, creating jobs, empowering the micro, small, medium enterprises, and ultimately the revitalizations of the national economy. Finally, I would like to thank TIC for allowing me to deliver this speech. I hope this event can be a place to share ideas and experiences that can contribute to our country, especially the development of the tourism and creative economy sectors, and become one of the solutions as well as pandemic winner. Never stop believing in yourself. Never stop being creative, innovative, adaptive, and collaborative in dealing with the current situations, in facing future challenges. I look forward for someday in the not so distant future to be invited to the campus of Tegal Institute Politeknik Harapan Bersama, because I am very, very kangen. I miss Batibul. I love Batibul. This is the best of the culinary experience that Tegal can offer. So I would like to close by saying thank you very much, and let's bangkit di saat sulit, menang melawan COVID. Together with Politeknik Harapan Bersama Tegal, yes, we can do it. May Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala give the strength in our endeavor. Thank you. Stay safe, stay healthy. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, thank you for the speech from Minister Sandi. Yeah, that said about the sustainable tourism. Yeah, we have to revive and also fight during against the pandemic era. So we have to. You said that you miss the Batibul, sir?
Yes, I love Batibul.
Okay, so we wait you to come to Tegal soon. Okay. Okay, thank you for Mr. Sandiaga Uno for the speech for today, and then we go to back to our session. And before you leave, please, Mr. Sandiaga Uno, we have to take a photo session. Okay, for the operator, please take a photo session. For how many screens? Three screens, okay? So all of the participants, please turn on your camera and the operator will take a screenshot, will take a documentation. For the screen number 1, in 3, 2, 1. Okay. Screen number 2. Three, two, 1. And the last screen, screen number 3. 3, 2, 1. Okay. Thank you for all the participants. Also, thank you for the Minister Sandy. Maybe after this, you still have any agenda. Okay, you can continue. Okay, see you for another session, Mr. Sandy. Okay. Okay, for all of the participants that all of our second plenary session for Tegal International Conference that held by Politeknik Harapan Bersama. So it means that after this, I will throw back again to our main host, to Ms. Hana, for continue the agenda for the oral presentation. For the details, I give back to Mr. Hana, and I am Arif Fauzi. I do apologize if I have any mistakes during the plenary session from the start until to the end, and I do thank you for all of the participants, also the speaker, and see you on another occasion. Thank you and have a nice day.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that was the keynote speech from Mr. Sandiaga Uno, our Minister of Tourism and Creative Economy of Republic Indonesia. And then I would like to inform you once again that this time we are going to have parallel session. For those who haven't joined the Zoom room, please revert to your schedule in which room you have to attend. Because there are 10 Zoom rooms, you may pick one of the breakout rooms on the right corner of your Zoom window. So you may choose which room you belong to.
semua rasa terpendam di dada. Lepaskan semua rasa yang terpendam di dada.
Dalam keheningan berbalut samudra yang tenang, aku pulang, merindukan kota kelahiranku, sekaligus dia yang merenggut separuh jiwaku. 3 tahun berlalu jauh dari ketenangan, seakan hari tidak kujalani, hanya kekosongan yang tidak berdasar. Aku harus pulang. Aku ingat malam itu.
Lepaskan semua rasa yang terpendam di dada.
Dalam keheningan berbalut samudra yang tenang, aku pulang, merindukan kota kelahiranku, sekaligus dia yang merenggut separuh jiwaku. 3 tahun berlalu jauh dari ketenangan, seakan hari tidak kujalani, hanya kekosongan yang tidak berdasar. Aku harus pulang. Aku ingat malam itu, wajah kota tua yang tetap cantik, yang tidak menghiraukan usia, membuatku lekat-lekat menatapnya. Menatap dia yang juga cantik memenuhi jiwaku sepenuhnya. Adista, aku memanggilnya. Tidak hanya nama, namun jiwa indah dan murni dari seorang manusia. Desir angin menerpa wajahku memberikan sedikit demi sedikit kelegaan. Aku dalam perjalanan pulang. Kulihat riuh ombak bercorak-corak, seakan membentuk motif menghiasi samudra. Seperti saat itu, ketika Adista mengajakku mengunjungi sentra batik di Kelurahan Bandung, Kecamatan Tegal Selatan. Sungguh cantik. Secantik dirinya yang kurindukan. Alunan lembut kapal yang kunaiki mengingatkanku kembali saat siang itu dia membawaku mengunjungi kawasan kelenteng yang bersejarah di kota Tegal. Sungguh aku tenggelam dalam senyumnya, kelembutannya, keceriaannya. Hari menyenangkan itu berlanjut ketika aku dan dirinya bersantai di Taman Tegal Sari. Suasana yang rindang dan sejuk membuat waktu-waktu yang kuhabiskan bersamanya terasa cepat. Menjelang sore hari, tak terasa kita berdua sampai di Dukuh Kajongan, salah satu desa wisata di kota Tegal yang terkenal akan alamnya yang masih asli. Dan perahu penyeberangannya yang bersama kita naiki sore itu. Aku masih bisa merasakannya. Sekarang, ketika dia bersender di bahuku, kemudian sambil menyambut datangnya senja, Pantai Muara Reja menjadi pelabuhan terakhir hari itu. Desir angin yang menerpa rambut indahnya segera membentuk senyum cantik di wajahnya yang sudah seharian ini selalu berseri-seri. Angin laut yang bertiup sejak pagi ini tidak mampu membuat hatiku yang semakin berdebar untuk berangsur tenang. Apalagi ketika kenangan membawaku saat aku mengajaknya menghabiskan waktu akhir pekan untuk bermain di tapak. Sungguh, aku merasakan kebahagiaannya. Karena aku juga merasakannya.
Lepaskan semua rasa yang terpendam di dada. Sejauh apapun kakiku melangkah, dia pasti tahu jalan pulang ke rumah. Selalu punya cara untuk menerima, membuka tangan selalu untuk membuat cerita yang baru.
Dan akhir pekan itu sungguh lengkap. Malam harinya Adista tampak sangat bersemangat. Aku bisa merasakan kegirangannya ketika dia mengajakku untuk menonton film yang sudah dinantikannya. Aku sungguh merindukannya. Saat ini, tidak ada satu kata pun selain pertemuan dengannya yang bisa mengungkapkan apa yang kurasakan. Hari itu, aku ingat ketika dia bersepeda berkeliling kota Tegal dan mengunjungi salah satu pusat oleh-oleh yang menyediakan berbagai macam jajanan. Adista sungguh ceria dan aku pun begitu terpukau pada senyumannya. Siang harinya, Adista mengajakku untuk makan siang di warung sate kambing Wendy's yang terkenal di kota Tegal. Aroma sate yang lezat segera menyambut ketika aku dan Adista tiba. Aku masih bisa merasakan lembut wajahnya ketika usap noda kecap pada ujung bibirnya yang tersenyum manis. Sungguh hari itu begitu kurindukan. Tak terasa ketika itu, malam pun tiba dan langkah kali ini membawaku bersamanya untuk menghabiskan malam di sebuah kafe cantik di kawasan kuliner Citraland Tegal. Suasana kafe yang nyaman dengan sajian minumannya yang khas membuatku dan dirinya semakin betah bercengkrama sambil menikmati malam indah itu.
Berbeda tak seperti manusia lainnya.
Aku bisa melihat matahari yang sekarang tampak menyibak lautan dan selimut awan. Seperti Adista yang selalu menjadi matahari di dalam hatiku. Sungguh aku merindukan kehangatannya. Hari itu, hari yang hangat. Aku dan Adista bersepeda mengelilingi kawasan alun-alun dan Taman Pancasila. Ada perasaan kagum dan takjub setiap kali aku melintas. Sebagian sejarah panjang kota Tegal bercerita di sini, melebur dalam perkembangan zaman yang bergerak maju namun tetap berjalan pada nilai-nilai warisan leluhur. Tidak ada lagi yang kurindukan selain Adista yang melebur menjadi satu jiwa dengan kota Tegal. Semakin dekat kapal ini membawaku pulang, begitu juga kenangan yang semakin deras mengalir membawaku bersama Adista ketika kita bersama mengunjungi pantai alam indah. Pagi itu, aku dan Adista duduk di depan monumen bahari dan berjalan di sepanjang trotoarnya, menikmati kemegahan monumen bahari yang menyimpan sejarah angkatan laut di kota Tegal. Aku ingat ketika kita berdua berdiri memandangi laut, wajah Adista yang cantik dengan senyumannya yang berkah. Sesaat kemudian Adista mengajakku untuk mengunjungi dermaga apung yang terletak tidak jauh dari pantai. Di situ kita berdua duduk bersama, saling melontarkan canda dan tawa. Ketika hari menjelang sore, aku dan Adista berkunjung di pantai Pulau Kodok. Aku ingat di situ banyak sekali spot menarik untuk berfoto, dan segera aku menggandengnya, merasakan lembut jemarinya ketika ku genggam, dan ku bawa ke sebuah anjungan cantik kecil persis di pesisir pantai. Sungguh, aku bahagia bersamanya. Walaupun aku harus tetap memberitahukan berita ini. Berita yang sangat berat kusampaikan. Aku tidak tega mengatakan ini kepada Adista. Dan tentunya ini juga akan menyakiti diriku sendiri. Sore itu, aku dan Adista berada di pantai Komodo. Sejenak, hatiku berdebar hebat, dan dadaku terasa sesak ketika mengutarakannya. Aku bisa melihat jelas kekecewaan pada wajahnya. Aku coba menenangkannya dengan kata-kata. Walaupun tenggorokanku terasa tercekik. Apa yang sudah kulakukan? Aku tidak percaya aku mengatakan semua hal ini kepadanya. Sungguh ini terjadi. Sore itu di depan stasiun kota Tegal, aku menyakitinya. Entah apa yang kupikirkan, tapi yang jelas kulakukan adalah meninggalkannya. Ketika ku peluk erat dirinya, ku hirup dalam-dalam wangi tubuhnya. Wangi itu, wangi yang selalu menghantuiku selama ini. Aku masih bisa merasakan kekecewaan yang dalam di mata Adista. Dan kekecewaan itu tetap mengikutiku, walaupun aku telah pergi meninggalkannya.
manusia lainnya. Aku rindu berharap kau pun begitu. Aku pula lepaskan semua rasa yang terpendam di dada. Sejauh apapun kakiku melangkah, dia pasti tahu jalan pulang ke rumah. Selalu punya cara untuk menerima, membuka tangan selalu untuk membuat cerita yang baru. Aku rindu berharap kau pun begitu. Aku pula lepaskan semua rasa yang terpendam di dada. Sejauh apapun kakiku melangkah, dia pasti tahu jalan pulang ke rumah. Selalu punya cara untuk menerima, membuka tangan selalu. Sejauh apapun kakiku melangkah, dia pasti tahu jalan pulang ke rumah. Selalu punya cara untuk menerima, membuka tangan selalu untuk membuat cerita yang baru.
Banyu, itu beneran kamu?
Stan, iya ini aku. Aku pulang buat kamu.
Setiap langkah yang ku tempuh, sebentar, lama, dekat atau jauh, tak ada yang bisa gantikan semua rasa berbeda tak seperti manusia lainnya. Aku rindu berharap kau pun begitu. Aku pula lepaskan semua rasa yang terpendam di dada. Sejauh apapun kakiku melangkah, dia pasti tahu jalan pulang ke rumah. Selalu punya cara untuk menerima, membuka tangan selalu. Sejauh apapun kakiku melangkah, dia pasti tahu jalan pulang ke rumah. Selalu punya cara untuk menerima, membuka tangan selalu untuk membuat cerita yang baru.
Di suatu masa, di mana polusi belum menyelimuti udara, hari-hari seperti berjalan melambat, tenang dan syahdu ya. Seperti hari ini, rupanya matahari bangun kesiangan, mendung. Tuh kan, hujan. Aku gak mau ketemu terus kelangan ya. Tapi kita sudah terlanjur berjanji untuk bertemu lagi di sini. Aku masih bingung dengan jalan pikiranmu. Kamu bilang ingin meraih masa depan. Namun, masa depan seperti apa yang ingin kau raih? Jika kuliah saja, enggak. Hari ini kita akan berjanji, bukan hanya untuk sehidup semati. Kamu ingin kita berjuang, kan? Karena katamu, cinta juga butuh perjuangan. Untuk masa depan, iya, untuk masa depan kita. Yang berawal dari sini.
pemain 1 siap hadapi tantangan ini? Masuki valor.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the last session of the conference, that is announcement and closing statement. In this session, we would like to announce you about best presenters from parallel session, as well as closing statement which will be delivered by the head of committee. And here are the best presenters. There are 10 best presenters from 10 Zoom rooms, which we have choose from each room, and then we would like to announce to you all from room by room. Here are the best presenters. From room 1, we have Mr. Grady Matias Octavian from Pradita University. Congratulations, Mr. Grady. And then from room 2, we have Miss Supardia Ningsih from Politeknik Media Kreatif. From room 3, we have Miss Hepatika Zidni from Politeknik Harapan Bersama. Congratulations, Miss Hepatika. And then from room 4, we have Miss Gema Sukmawati Suryadi from Politeknik Media Kreatif. And next from room 5, we have Miss Karina Megasari Winahyu from Universitas Muhammadiyah Tangerang. Congratulations, Miss Karina. And then from room 6, we have Miss Norliza Ceyahya from UITM from Malaysia. Thank you very much for joining our conference. And congratulations for the best presenter from room 6. And then room 7, we have Miss Maria Ulfah Catur from Politeknik Negeri Media Kreatif. And then from room 8, we have Mr. Dimas Bayu Pinandoyo. Once again from Politeknik Negeri Media Kreatif. And then from room 9, we have Miss Ince Dian. And Miss Ince Dian comes from Politeknik Media Kreatif too. And then the last one from room 10, we have Miss Arifia Yasmin from Politeknik Harapan Bersama. Once again, I say congratulations for the best presenters. We would like to give you some merchandise and some souvenirs from the committee of TIC-MS 2022. And please kindly and be patient to have your souvenirs. Well, ladies and gentlemen, before we end the conference, let me announce about the head of committee which will deliver the closing statement. And please welcome Mrs. Iin Indrayanti, MPD.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, the honorable keynote speakers, guests, presenters, participants, and colleagues. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. The series of agenda in Tegal International Conference on Multidisciplinary Studies 2022 events have been successfully carried out. Well, hopefully all topics from the speakers and various findings from the presenters will be beneficial for a better knowledge in Indonesia and could give significant contribution toward the academic acceleration among the institutions. In this very special occasion, I would like also to extend my deepest thanks to all presenters and authors for submitting their papers to our first prestigious international proceedings. However, once again, that the decision of the paper acceptance and publication would be fully in the hands of both the publishers. We also appreciate to all committee for their hard work to make this conference being successfully rewarding experience for all of us. We hope that this conference will be held continuously. Special thanks to all partners, contributors, and sponsors for their support that have made this event. And finally, thank you all for your attentions and participation during the agenda. My apologies, sincere apologies to any inconvenience occurred during the event. See you in the next time. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much and bye-bye.
Thank you very much, Ms. Iin, for the closing statement. And ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for participating in the first Tegal International Conference on Multidisciplinary Studies 2022. On behalf to all speakers, committee, sponsors, presenters, and also participants, we give our sincere gratitude and the highest appreciation for great work in this conference. And I, as Master of Ceremony, would like to apologize for inconvenience during this conference and see you on the next Tegal International Conference on Multidisciplinary Studies. Thank you very much once again, and wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone.